Chapter 1: The Shadow's Call. The rain lashed against the attic windowpane, a relentless drumming that mirrored the frantic beat of his heart. Elias Thorne, a man etched with the weariness of a life, lived in shadow, stared at the missive clutched in his trembling hand. The paper, aged and brittle, felt like parchment from a forgotten era, its script elegant yet unnervingly cryptic. The ink, a faded sepia, seemed to bleed into the fibers, staining the very essence of the paper with an ancient darkness. He'd received it 3 days ago, a silent messenger arriving amidst the usual deluge of bills and junk mail, a stark contrast to the monotonous beige of his existence. The letter spoke of Blackwood Manor, a name that resonated with a discordant chime deep within his soul, a place he'd never known yet felt inexplicably connected to. It hinted at a hidden truth, a dark secret buried within his family's history, a legacy of shadows and unspeakable acts. The words themselves were veiled in ominous allusions, playing upon his deepest fears and unresolved guilt, a spectral hand reaching out from the past to tug him into its chilling embrace. He'd initially dismissed it as a cruel joke, a prank from some misguided soul. Yet the persistent unease it ignited within him refused to be silenced. Elias lived a life shrouded in a self-imposed solitude, a solitary existence punctuated by the melancholic rhythm of rain and the haunting echoes of a past he couldn't quite grasp. His days were a blur of routine, his evenings steeped in the dim light of his study, surrounded by dusty tomes on the occult, a refuge from the gnawing emptiness that consumed him. He'd spent years immersing himself in the esoteric, delving into the murky waters of forgotten lore, seeking answers to questions he dared not voice. Perhaps, he mused, this letter was a sign, a cryptic summons from a realm beyond his comprehension. His apartment, a cramped space overlooking a perpetually gray alleyway, felt like a cage. The walls seemed to close in on him, the shadows lengthening ominously as the day waned. The city's cacophony, a constant hum of distant sirens and hurried footsteps, only served to accentuate his isolation, a symphony of indifference that mirrored the void within his own soul. He was a man adrift, his life a vessel tossed about on a turbulent sea of unspoken regrets and unanswered questions. The letter, with its enigmatic promise of revelation, offered a lifeline, a dangerous siren song, beckoning him towards an abyss he both feared and yearned to explore. He reread the letter, each word resonating with a disturbing familiarity. The elegant script spoke of ancestral ties, of a shadowed past that intertwined with Blackwood Manor's malevolent history. It mentioned a hidden room, a forgotten chamber where secrets lay dormant, waiting to be unearthed. It felt as though the letter itself was a living entity, its ink whispering insidious promises into his very soul. The manor, the letter implied, held the key to unlocking the mysteries that haunted his dreams, the truths that had eluded him for so long. The invitation, he realized, was not a simple request but a compulsion, a dark force pulling him toward an unknown destiny. He felt the stirrings of a long-dormant instinct, an ancestral memory awakening within him, urging him towards Blackwood. He knew, intellectually, that he should resist, that he should burn the letter and forget about this ominous invitation. Yet a deeper, more primal instinct overruled his logic, a seductive whisper of the unknown luring him into the darkness. His fingers traced the faded script, the words seeming to shift and writhe before his eyes. He felt a strange kinship with the aged paper, a shared history etched in the lines of its aging texture. The letter was more than just an invitation, it was a connection, a tangible link to a past he'd always sensed but never understood. He felt a surge of adrenaline, a potent mixture of fear and exhilaration, a heady cocktail that clouded his judgment and fueled his resolve. He would go to Blackwood Manor. He knew deep down that this decision would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. He was stepping into a realm beyond his comprehension, a dangerous game. where the stakes were far higher than he could possibly imagine. But the lure of the unknown, the promise of uncovering his family's shrouded secrets, was too potent to resist. He was bound to Blackwood Manor, drawn by an invisible thread of destiny, a grim pilgrimage towards the heart of his own shadowed past. The decision made, a strange calm descended upon him. The relentless drumming of the rain outside seemed to fade into a background hum, replaced by a quiet sense of anticipation. He carefully folded the letter, tucking it into his breast pocket, a tangible reminder of the dangerous path he was about to embark upon. He felt a chill, not from the damp air seeping through the attic's aged window panes, but from a deeper, more profound source, a premonition of the horrors that awaited him within the walls of Blackwood Manor. The next few days were a blur of frantic preparation. He gathered his research materials, the dusty tomes and esoteric texts that had been his companions for years, packing them alongside essentials for a journey into the unknown. He felt a sense of detachment, as if he were watching himself prepare, a detached observer of his own actions, the gravity of his decisions slowly dawning upon him. The weight of his past, previously a vague, unsettling presence, began to press down on him with increasing intensity. He felt a growing sense of dread, but the pull toward Blackwood Manor remained as strong as ever. He found himself researching the manor's history online, discovering fragmented accounts and whispered rumors, all pointing towards a dark and terrible history. Stories of madness, murder, and ritualistic sacrifices filled the digital pages, each detail adding to the ominous aura surrounding the place. The internet, a vast repository of information, seemed to confirm his growing apprehension, painting Blackwood Manor as a place of profound evil, a vortex of darkness that threatened to consume him. His solitary existence was now completely overshadowed by the looming shadow of Blackwood Manor. Sleep evaded him, his nights filled with fragmented dreams, disturbing visions of shadowed figures and decaying grandeur. He would awaken in a cold sweat, the images burned into his memory, a constant reminder of the dark path he was about to tread. He felt as if he were being watched, his every move scrutinized by unseen eyes, his very thoughts invaded by a malevolent presence. The day of his departure arrived with a bleak gray dawn. He stood before the train station, a solitary figure amidst the bustling crowd, his heart pounding a relentless rhythm against his ribs. The train journey was a blur, the landscape rushing past in a stream of indistinct greens and browns. He found himself increasingly agitated, the anticipation building into a crescendo of fear and apprehension. He kept glancing at the letter in his pocket, the faded script whispering promises of revelation and doom, in equal measure. As the train approached the station nearest Blackwood Manor, a palpable shift in atmosphere occurred. The vibrant, bustling world he'd left behind seemed to fade, replaced by an oppressive silence, a heavy blanket of foreboding that settled upon him like a shroud. The landscape grew darker, more ominous, the trees standing tall and menacing like skeletal figures reaching out to greet him. He felt a cold dread grip his heart, an instinctive understanding that he was entering a realm beyond the boundaries of ordinary reality. The journey had ended. His true ordeal had only just begun. The taxi rattled along a barely there track, the wheels crunching on loose gravel that a chilling wind whipped through the desolate landscape, carrying with it the whispers of unseen things, rustling the leaves of the ancient trees into a mournful symphony. The sun, a pale ghost behind a veil of storm clouds, cast long, menacing shadows that stretched and writhed like phantoms, distorting the already unsettling landscape. Every shadow seemed to conceal something, every rustle of leaves hinted at unseen eyes watching his approach. The isolation was profound, a suffocating blanket of loneliness that pressed down on him, emphasizing his utter vulnerability in this God-forsaken place. He'd chosen to take a taxi from the nearest train station, a decision born of both prudence and a growing sense of unease. He didn't trust himself to navigate the winding, unmarked roads leading to Blackwood Manor alone, his anxiety making the thought of driving in this desolate region unbearable. The driver, a taciturn man, whose face was as weathered and gray as the surrounding landscape, had barely spoken a word since he'd climbed into the vehicle, his silence adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Only the rhythmic thump of the taxi's engine and the mournful sigh of the wind broke the unnerving stillness. As they neared their destination, the landscape shifted again. The sparse trees gave way to a dense, encroaching wood, the darkness seeming to seep from the very earth itself. The air grew colder, carrying with it the sharp, metallic tang of fear. Elias felt a prickling sensation on his skin, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end as if sensing an unseen presence. He strained his eyes, peering into the gloom, half expecting to see something lurking amongst the shadows, something ancient and malevolent. Then, through the skeletal branches of the trees, he saw it, Blackwood Manor. It loomed before him, a monstrous silhouette against the darkening sky, a monument to decay and despair. The house was a Gothic monstrosity, its dark stone walls crumbling under the relentless assault of time and weather, its many windows like vacant eyes staring out at the world with a silent, chilling judgment. Ivy clawed its way up the walls, obscuring the details of the architecture, but even through the creeping vines, Elias could make out the grotesque shapes of gargoyles perched on the roof, their stone features contorted into expressions of perpetual agony. The sheer size of the manor was overwhelming, its imposing presence dwarfing everything around it. It didn't just stand, it hunched, its very posture seeming to exude a malevolence that seeped into his bones. Long shadows stretched from its decaying facade, swallowing the surrounding landscape in a dark embrace. The house seemed to breathe, to pulse with a malevolent energy that sent a shiver down his spine. As the taxi pulled up to the wrought iron gates, their rusty hinges groaning in protest, Elias felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He stared at the gates, their ornate designs, now twisted and distorted by time and neglect, their elegance marred by the pervasive aura of decay. The gates stood ajar, a silent invitation, or perhaps a macabre challenge. He felt a cold, clammy sweat break out on his forehead. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the looming silence. The driver, without a word, stopped the taxi. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the wind whispering through the branches of the ancient trees. Elias paid him without a word, feeling a strange detachment, as if this was all happening to someone else, a dispassionate observer of his own descent into the heart of darkness. The driver sped away, leaving him alone, standing before the gates of Blackwood Manor, engulfed in an oppressive silence that mirrored the growing dread in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves, the air tasting of dust, damp earth, and the sharp, metallic tang of fear. The letter, folded tightly in his pocket, seemed to press against his skin, a tangible reminder of the journey he had undertaken, a journey that had only just begun. He reached for the gates, his hand trembling as he grasped the cold, rusty iron. He pulled them open, and stepped inside, a silhouette swallowed by the looming shadows of Blackwood Manor. The path leading to the manor's front door was overgrown and neglected, choked with weeds and thorny bushes that scratched against his clothing as he pushed his way through. He felt as if he were wading through a sea of thorns, each prick a small, painful reminder of the danger he had placed himself in. The air grew heavier, thicker, charged with an almost palpable sense of dread. The closer he got to the manor, the more intense the feeling became. He could almost feel the weight of its dark history pressing down on him, the echoes of screams and whispered prayers reverberating through the crumbling walls. He felt a presence, something dark and ancient, watching him, waiting for him. The manor's front door, a massive oak portal, was partially obscured by the encroaching ivy. Its carvings, once perhaps exquisitely detailed, were now worn and eroded, their features blurred and indistinct, yet hinting at macabre figures and grotesque symbols. The wood itself was gnarled and weathered, darkened by centuries of rain and shadows, its surface cold and unyielding beneath his touch. He pushed it open, the rusty hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside, leaving the fading light of the dying day behind him, plunging into the oppressive darkness of Blackwood Manor. The door slammed shut behind him with a final, resounding thud, leaving him alone, isolated and completely at the mercy of the dark forces that dwelled within these ancient, decaying walls. The silence that followed was profound, absolute, broken only by the pounding of his own heart, a frantic rhythm echoing the dread that settled upon him like a shroud. His journey had truly begun. His descent into darkness had only just started. The heavy oak door swung inward with a groan that echoed through the cavernous entryway, swallowing Elias in an immediate and absolute darkness. He fumbled for his lighter, a tiny flame struggling against the oppressive gloom, revealing only a sliver of the vast, echoing space before him. The air hung heavy and still, thick with the scent of dust, decay, and something else, something acrid and unsettling that pricked at the back of his throat. It smelled of age, of secrets buried deep within the very foundations of the house, of things long dead and yet somehow still present. The lighter's feeble light danced across the walls, revealing peeling wallpaper, its once vibrant patterns now faded and obscured by layers of grime. Cracks spiderwebbed across the plaster, hinting at the structural instability beneath. The floorboards groaned under his weight, each step a creak that reverberated through the silent house, amplifying his isolation and the unnerving stillness. He felt a cold dread settle upon him, a weight that pressed against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He moved forward, the lighter casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in the periphery of his vision. They were not mere shadows, he realized, they were sentient, alive, pulsating with an unseen energy. He shivered not from the cold, but from the prickling awareness of being watched, of unseen eyes following his every move. The silence was not empty, it was filled with a palpable tension, a sense of anticipation that hung heavy in the air. He passed through a vast, dust-laden hallway, the darkness broken only by the flickering light of his lighter. The air grew colder as he ventured deeper into the manor, the temperature dropping perceptibly with each step. He noticed a chill that went beyond the physical, a cold that seemed to seep into his very bones, a chilling whisper of something ancient and malevolent. He paused, his breath misting in the frigid air, and examined the hallway more closely. The walls were lined with portraits, their subjects' faces obscured by the dust and decay, their eyes seeming to follow him, their presence felt even in their silence. They were not merely paintings, they were witnesses, silent observers of the untold horrors that had unfolded within these walls. A sense of history, of tragedy hung about them, a palpable weight that intensified his sense of foreboding. The lighter sputtered, threatening to extinguish, its feeble flame his only companion against the encroaching darkness. He tightened his grip, his heart pounding in his chest, a frantic rhythm echoing the fear that gnawed at him. He had to admit to himself, this was beyond his academic curiosity, this was a different kind of power. He wasn't just researching occult phenomena anymore, he felt as if he had stumbled into a place where the occult wasn't just a theory, it was the living, breathing reality. He pushed on, his lighter casting fleeting glimpses of decaying grandeur. Ornate moldings, once intricately carved, were now chipped and broken, their details blurred by the passage of time. The air grew heavier, laden with the scent of mildew and damp earth, a cloying sweetness that masked the underlying stench of decay. He caught the faintest shimmer of movement in his peripheral vision, the play of shadows betraying a shift, an almost imperceptible ripple in the stillness. His eyes darted around, his senses straining to grasp the impossible. It felt as if the house itself was breathing. As he continued his exploration, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, the silence growing even more profound, broken only by the occasional groan of the house settling, the rustle of unseen things in the darkness, and the increasingly frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. He found himself drawn to a grand staircase, its banister intricately carved with grotesque figures, their twisted faces reflecting a nightmare of warped design. Each step he took felt like walking over the bones of forgotten souls. He ascended the stairs, each creak a deafening sound in the vast stillness. He reached the upper level, where the darkness seemed even more absolute, more consuming. The rooms here were larger, more imposing, yet equally decayed. Dust motes danced in the flickering light of his lighter, transforming into fleeting shapes in the periphery of his vision. Or were they merely his imagination playing tricks? His mind was beginning to play with him already. His rational mind struggled to maintain control, fighting against the creeping tendrils of fear that threatened to overwhelm him. He reminded himself that he was a scholar of the occult, that he'd prepared for this, that he wouldn't be defeated by simple shadows. Yet, despite his efforts to rationalize, the primal fear remained a raw, instinctive response to the undeniable malevolence that emanated from the ancient walls. He ventured into one of the rooms, the light revealing tattered tapestries, their colors faded and their threads frayed, hinting at scenes of long-forgotten revelry and unspeakable horrors. The air here was colder still, and he felt a profound sense of loneliness, a chilling isolation that amplified the unsettling whispers echoing in the vast emptiness of the house. He moved from room to room, each a testament to decay and neglect, each filled with the palpable weight of the manor's dark past. He saw decaying furniture covered in dust sheets that rippled ominously in the unseen drafts. He saw cracked mirrors that reflected distorted images of himself, his own face a mask of fear and fascination. He saw old books lying open, their pages brittle and yellowed, filled with arcane symbols and cryptic writings that hinted at ancient rituals and forgotten lore. He felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that he was not alone, that he was being watched, studied, perhaps even judged. The further he delved into the manor, the more the line between reality and illusion blurred. He began to question his own sanity, questioning if what he was seeing was real or if it was a hallucination brought on by the oppressive atmosphere and the sheer weight of the manor's malevolent energy. The shadows seemed to move with a life of their own, forming into fleeting shapes that danced just beyond the reach of his vision. He felt a strange pull, an undeniable attraction to the darkness, a morbid curiosity that pushed him to explore deeper into the heart of Blackwood Manor's terrifying mysteries. He was trapped in a terrifying dance between rational fear and an irresistible fascination with the unknown, the very essence of the occult that had once captivated him on the page now threatening to consume him entirely. The manor was not merely a house, it was a living entity, a malevolent force that fed on fear and despair, and Elias was starting to realize that he was becoming part of its macabre game. The game, he knew, would end only when he succumbed to its suffocating grip, or discovered the secrets that held the house's terrible power. The weight of the unknown pressed upon him, and as he pushed further into the shadows of Blackwood Manor, he could feel the delicate thread of his sanity beginning to fray. The grand staircase, a skeletal finger pointing towards the upper floors, seemed to beckon him onward. He climbed, each step echoing in the oppressive silence, the ornate banister cold and slick beneath his fingertips. The grotesque carvings, twisted faces contorted in silent screams, seemed to writhe in the flickering light of his lighter, their expressions shifting and morphing with every subtle movement of the flame. He felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a crawling feeling that suggested. Unseen eyes were upon him, watching his ascent with chilling interest. Reaching the upper floor, he found himself in a long corridor, the air colder still, the silence more profound. Dust motes danced in the weak light, swirling and coalescing into fleeting shapes that his mind desperately tried to rationalize. Were they mere illusions born of fatigue and fear, or were they something more sinister, something that hinted at the house's malevolent nature? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered and unsettling. He paused, his breath fogging in the frigid air, and ran a trembling hand along the wall. The plaster was cold and crumbly beneath his touch, crumbling beneath his fingers like ancient bone. He could feel the age of the house, the weight of its history, pressing down upon him, a palpable sense of oppression that tightened its grip with each passing moment. The scent of decay was stronger here, a mixture of mildew, dust, and something else, something indefinably acrid, reminiscent of burnt offerings and forgotten rites. He entered a room, its size vast and imposing, yet shrouded in a darkness that seemed to absorb the meager light of his lighter. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay, and he could feel a chilling draft sweeping across the floor, raising goosebumps on his skin. He saw a large four-poster bed, its canopy draped in tattered velvet, its posts intricately carved with symbols he couldn't quite decipher. They seemed familiar, yet alien, a strange echo of knowledge from a forgotten past. He felt a pull towards the bed, a morbid curiosity urging him to approach, to discover the secrets it held within its decaying embrace. As he moved closer, he noticed a small, antique wooden chest resting at the foot of the bed. It was intricately carved, adorned with symbols similar to those on the bedposts, and it seemed to hum with a faint energy, a subtle thrumming that resonated deep within his chest. He reached for it, his fingers trembling, a thrill of anticipation mixed with a growing sense of apprehension. The wood was cold to the touch, ancient and worn, and as he opened the chest, a wave of cold air rushed out, carrying with it a faint scent of sandalwood and something else, something metallic and faintly sickening. Inside, he found a collection of old, leather-bound books, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. Their pages were filled with arcane symbols, diagrams, and handwritten text in a language he didn't recognize yet somehow understood on a primal level. They spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of a power both ancient and terrifying. He felt a growing sense of unease, a creeping dread that wrapped around him like a shroud. His rational mind struggled to maintain control, battling against the growing tide of fear. He pulled out one of the books, its cover embossed with a skull entwined with serpents. The pages were filled with intricate diagrams, illustrating rituals that seemed both horrific and strangely alluring. As he turned the pages, he felt a strange energy emanating from the book, a pulse of dark power that sent a shiver down his spine. He knew, with a certainty that transcended reason, that this was no ordinary book. It was a gateway to something ancient and profoundly dangerous. His academic curiosity, once his guiding light, now seemed a fragile flame flickering in the face of a terrifying storm. He was no longer a detached observer, he was a participant, drawn into a macabre game of shadows and secrets. He reminded himself that he was a scholar of the occult, that he had prepared for this, that he had dedicated years of his life to understanding these very forces he was now facing. Yet, despite his attempts at rationalization, the primal fear persisted, a raw, instinctual response to the malevolent energy that pulsed through the very foundations of Blackwood Manor. He spent hours poring over the books, their cryptic contents revealing glimpses of a terrifying history. He learned of the manor's original inhabitants, a family steeped in dark practices, their lives a tapestry woven from ritualistic sacrifice and unspeakable horrors. He learned of the power they wielded, a power that had tainted the very stones of the house, turning it into a living entity, a malevolent force that fed on fear and despair. As he delved deeper into the books, the line between reality and illusion blurred. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, forming grotesque shapes that danced just beyond the periphery of his vision. He heard whispers, faint and ethereal, that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, voices from the past speaking of pain, regret, and the insatiable hunger of the dark arts. The house seemed to breathe, its ancient timbers groaning under the weight of its dark secrets. He tried to justify his presence there, to rationalize his descent into this terrifying abyss. He told himself that he was fulfilling his academic duty, that he was shedding light on an unexplored area of occult history, that the secrets he was uncovering would benefit humanity. But even as he spoke these reassurances to himself, a cold dread coiled around his heart, constricting his breath and tightening his throat. He couldn't ignore the fact that his investigation had become something far beyond a mere scholarly pursuit. He was trapped and snared in a web of shadows and secrets, and his sanity was beginning to fray. He closed the book, his hands trembling, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the weight of the house, the weight of its history, the weight of its malevolence, pressing down upon him. He was caught in a terrifying dance between rational fear and an insatiable curiosity, a perverse fascination with the darkness that threatened to consume him. The manor was not merely a building, it was a living entity, a malevolent force that fed on fear and despair. And Elias was starting to feel that he was becoming its next victim. He stumbled back from the chest, his mind reeling from the weight of what he had discovered. The flickering light of his lighter cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and contort, their forms shifting and changing with each gust of wind that snaked through the cracks in the decaying walls. The silence of the room felt heavy, thick and suffocating, a stark contrast to the cacophony of whispers that seemed to claw at the edges of his perception. He could feel a presence in the room, a cold and malevolent entity that watched him from the shadows, its gaze burning into his very soul. He backed away slowly, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence, the chill in the air growing increasingly intense. The room seemed to shrink around him, the walls closing in, the darkness pressing against him like a physical force. He felt trapped, helpless, his rational mind struggling to fight against the tide of fear that threatened to overwhelm him. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive stillness, a rhythm that mirrored the house's own insidious pulse. He made his way back to the corridor, his senses heightened, his every nerve on edge. The shadows seemed to follow him, their movements fluid and sinuous, mocking his every attempt to escape their suffocating grip. He could feel the manor's dark energy, a tangible force that seeped into his very being, corrupting his thoughts and twisting his perceptions. He reached the staircase, his escape route, and began his descent. The stairs groaned under his weight, each creak a deafening sound in the suffocating silence. He looked back one last time at the room, the flickering light of his lighter dancing across the shadows, revealing glimpses of the ancient chest and its horrifying secrets. The room seemed to watch him, its dark eyes burning into his back, promising a return, a continuation of the terrible game that had begun. He knew then, with a chilling certainty, that Blackwood Manor had claimed him, that he was inextricably bound to its dark history, and that his escape was, at best, only a temporary reprieve. The true horror, he realized, was only just beginning. The descent was slower than the ascent, each step a measured retreat from the encroaching darkness. The grand staircase, now a route of escape rather than invitation, felt less like a skeletal finger and more like a grasping claw, trying to hold him back within the manor's suffocating embrace. The grotesque carvings, once merely unsettling, now seemed to leer at him, their silent screams morphing into taunts, whispering promises of a slow, agonizing demise. He gripped the cold banister tighter, his knuckles white, his heart a trapped bird against his ribs. The whispers began subtly, almost imperceptible, like the rustling of dry leaves on a distant wind. But as he descended, they grew in intensity, coalescing into a chorus of disembodied voices. They weren't distinct words, not pronouncements or threats, but rather a symphony of unsettling sounds, a cacophony of sighs, murmurs, and guttural groans. They seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, weaving through the ancient timbers, slithering between the stones. They played on his deepest insecurities, his regrets, his unspoken guilt. They were the echoes of his own inner demons, amplified and distorted by the malevolent energy of the house. He tried to ignore them, to focus on the rhythmic thud of his feet on the stairs, to drown out the insidious whispers with the rational part of his mind. He repeated mantras of scientific inquiry, reminding himself that these were merely auditory hallucinations, a manifestation of his fatigue and fear. Yet the whispers persisted, their insidious nature eroding his carefully constructed defenses. They weren't just sounds, they were insidious thoughts, insinuating doubts, planting seeds of paranoia that took root in the fertile ground of his exhaustion. In the periphery of his vision, shadows danced and shifted, swirling and coalescing into fleeting forms that resembled figures, yet remained indistinct. They were never fully realized, always just beyond the reach of his focused gaze, yet their presence was undeniable. Sometimes they were fleeting glimpses of movement, a blur at the edge of his vision, a quick shift in the darkness. At others, they felt more tangible, a palpable chill in the air, a sudden gust of wind that sent a shiver down his spine. Despite the oppressive stillness of the house, these shadowy apparitions heightened his sense of isolation. The vast, empty corridors seemed to stretch endlessly before him, each echoing footstep a testament to his utter loneliness. He was adrift in a sea of darkness, surrounded by the whispers and the shadows, their malevolent presence a constant, suffocating weight. The house seemed to be playing a cruel game with him, deliberately amplifying his fears, his doubts, his anxieties. He was no longer just exploring a haunted house, he was trapped in a psychological labyrinth designed to break his spirit, to unravel his sanity. The house seemed to know his deepest fears, his darkest secrets, and it was exploiting them mercilessly, twisting them into weapons of torment. The whispers weren't merely sounds, they were intrusions into his mind, whispering accusations, doubts, and insidious suggestions. They fueled his paranoia, making him question his own perceptions, his own sanity. Each step down the staircase brought him closer to reality, yet paradoxically it felt as though he was drifting further from his grasp on sanity. The whispers intensified, the shadows grew bolder, and his sense of unease transformed into a paralyzing fear. He felt a growing pressure in his head, a sensation of being watched, studied, dissected by an unseen intelligence. He imagined the eyes, countless, unseen eyes, watching him from behind the crumbling plaster, from the shadowed corners of the rooms, from the depths of the ancient, gaping cracks in the walls. He could almost feel their weight upon him, an invisible pressure that tightened with each passing moment, squeezing the air from his lungs. The air grew colder, thicker, more oppressive, making each breath a struggle, a desperate fight for survival in a suffocating atmosphere. The deeper he descended, the more fragmented his memories became. He struggled to recall details from his life before Blackwood Manor, as if the house was actively erasing his past, isolating him in this ever-present nightmare. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, and he began to question whether he had ever truly been a rational, logical man, or if this descent into madness was merely a progression of a hidden predisposition. The self he knew, the person he had constructed over Years of study and academic pursuits seemed to slip away, leaving behind only fragments of a shattered identity. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, he found himself standing in the grand entrance hall, the vast space seeming to swallow him whole. The whispers, now a deafening roar in his ears, coalesced into a single, chilling voice that seemed to speak directly to his soul. It spoke of his failures, his regrets, his hidden guilt, turning his own thoughts against him, twisting them into instruments of self-torture. He stumbled towards the heavy oak door, his hands grasping at the cold, smooth wood, seeking a tangible connection to reality in the swirling vortex of madness. The door seemed to resist his efforts, as if anchored to the floor by an unseen force, holding him captive within the manor's grasp. As he finally managed to fling open the massive door, he stepped out into the night, the cold air hitting him like a physical blow. But the whispers continued, echoing in his mind, the shadows lingering at the edges of his perception, and the darkness of Blackwood Manor remained a malevolent presence, haunting him even as he escaped its physical confines. He found himself standing in the overgrown grounds of the manor, the silence broken only by the rustling of the wind through the trees. He looked back at the looming silhouette of the house, its dark windows like empty eyes staring out at the world. He knew that even though he was physically outside its walls, Blackwood Manor would forever remain a part of him, its insidious whispers and menacing shadows imprinted on his soul. He was changed, irrevocably altered by his encounter, his sanity hanging by a thread. The true horror, he realized, wasn't merely the supernatural elements of the house, but the psychological devastation it had wrought upon his mind. His escape from Blackwood Manor was a physical one only. His psychological journey had just begun. The house had won. It had not killed him, but it had broken him, and the fragments of his shattered self would spend the rest of his life piecing themselves together, always haunted by the whispers in the walls. He turned away and walked into the darkness, the shadows of Blackwood Manor clinging to him, always. Chapter 2: Unraveling the Past. The chill that had clung to him since leaving Blackwood Manor followed him into the small, dusty room he'd rented in the nearby village. He'd chosen it for its anonymity, its distance from the prying eyes of the world, a refuge in which to piece together the shattered remnants of his sanity. But even here, the whispers persisted, a phantom echo of the manor's malevolent energy. He'd brought with him a single, heavy, leather-bound box, salvaged from the library, its contents a potential key to understanding the horror he had endured. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed parchment and crumbling pages, were several old journals. Their bindings were fragile, threatening to disintegrate at the slightest touch, their pages brittle with age and decay. The faint scent of mildew and dust filled the air, mingled with an almost imperceptible undercurrent of something else. Something acrid, almost metallic, hinting at the grim secrets held within. He carefully lifted the first journal, its cover worn smooth by time and handling, the embossed lettering almost illegible. Its aged pages crackled like dry leaves as he opened it, revealing a spidery script written in faded ink. The entries began in a seemingly mundane tone, detailing the daily life of a previous inhabitant, Elias Thorne, a scholar of obscure arts and occult practices. Thorne's initial writings spoke of his excitement at acquiring the manor, describing its imposing architecture and the vast, untouched library. He mentioned ambitious plans to catalog its contents, an academic pursuit that promised a significant contribution to the field of esoteric knowledge. The tone was enthusiastic, even optimistic, a stark contrast to the growing sense of dread that began to permeate the entries as the weeks turned into months. The descriptions of Blackwood Manor itself shifted subtly. What began as admiring observations of its grandeur gradually transformed into descriptions of its oppressive atmosphere, its unnerving silence punctuated by strange, unexplained noises. The Language became more erratic, the sentences longer and more convoluted, revealing a growing unease within Thorn's mind. He wrote of strange dreams, vivid and terrifying, recurring images of shadowy figures and whispers that seemed to echo from the walls. He described sensations of being watched, of an unseen presence constantly observing him, a feeling that amplified his growing paranoia. Then, the entries took a darker turn. Thorn's writing became increasingly fragmented, filled with disturbing revelations about his experiments with forbidden rituals. He detailed his attempts to harness the manor's latent power, to tap into a malevolent energy that seemed to permeate every stone and timber. His accounts became feverish, hallucinatory, filled with vivid descriptions of grotesque visions and impossible occurrences. He spoke of communicating with entities beyond human comprehension, of beings that existed beyond the veil of reality, whispering promises of unimaginable power in exchange for a terrible price. The later entries were filled with a desperate, almost frantic tone. Thorn's grip on reality seemed to be slipping, his sentences becoming incoherent, his thoughts a chaotic jumble of paranoia and fear. He wrote of voices, whispering in his ear, urging him on, corrupting his mind. He described violent episodes, moments of blackouts, punctuated by fragments of horrific memories. He spoke of the manor's growing influence over him, its power consuming his will, twisting his thoughts and actions. The journal ended abruptly, mid-sentence, the final words a chilling testament to Thorn's descent into madness. The shadows claim all. The subsequent pages were blank, the silence of the unfinished entry echoing the profound horror of his final moments. He moved on to the second journal, discovering a continuation of the same disturbing narrative. This journal belonged to Thorn's daughter, a young woman named Elara, who documented her father's terrifying decline and the horrors she witnessed within Blackwood Manor. Her entries were filled with a desperate attempt to maintain her sanity while living in the suffocating grip of the house's sinister energy. She described her father's descent into madness, the violent outbursts, the incomprehensible mutterings, and the unsettling changes in his appearance. She wrote of the strange rituals he performed, the unsettling symbols he scrawled on the walls, and the growing sense of darkness that seemed to emanate from the depths of the manor. Elara's journal details her attempts to escape, her efforts thwarted by unseen forces that seemed to hold her captive within the manor's walls. She described her encounters with the shadowy figures her father had mentioned, fleeting glimpses of monstrous forms that seemed to feed on fear and despair. Her words paint a vivid picture of a house that was not simply haunted, but actively malevolent, a sentient entity that preyed upon the minds and souls of its inhabitants. The most chilling entries detailed a ritual sacrifice, a macabre event that left Elara deeply traumatized and marked by the manor's influence. The details were sparse, fragmented, rendered almost incomprehensible by her terror, yet they spoke volumes about the unspeakable atrocities committed within the manor's walls. The journal abruptly ended, leaving a chilling silence, leaving the reader to imagine the horrific fate of Elara. The third and final journal offered a different perspective, the disjointed ramblings of a local clergyman, Father Michael, who had attempted to exorcise the evil within Blackwood Manor. His entries were a testament to his struggle against the pervasive, malevolent forces at work. He chronicled his attempts to cleanse the house, the desperate prayers and rituals, the unwavering faith that was ultimately eroded by the darkness he encountered. He detailed the resistance he faced, the unseen entities that seemed to feed on his fear, the gradual erosion of his faith as the supernatural manifested its presence with terrifying brutality. His journal was filled with harrowing accounts of encounters with the shadows, the chilling whispers, and the unsettling presence that held the manor in its suffocating grip. Father Michael's ultimate fate remained unknown, his last entry an incomplete sentence, left hanging mid-thought. a final testament to his defeat. As he finished reading the last journal, the protagonist felt a cold dread wash over him. The chilling details, the horrifying descriptions, coalesced into a horrifying portrait of Blackwood Manor, not just as a haunted house, but as something far more sinister, a nexus of dark energy, a gateway to something beyond human comprehension. The events described in the journals were not merely tales of superstition or folklore, but a chilling account of real horror, the horrific consequences of dabbling in forbidden knowledge, of pushing the boundaries of reality. The implications of these revelations sent a chill down his spine, the words resonating with a terrifying familiarity. He began to see a connection between the events documented in the journals and his own experiences within Blackwood Manor. The whispers, the shadows, the feelings of paranoia and dread, they weren't merely figments of his imagination, they were echoes of the past, the lingering presence of the manor's dark history. The house hadn't just haunted him, it had absorbed him, drawing him into its malevolent web, whispering to him through generations of victims, drawing him deeper into its darkness. He stared at the journals, the faded ink seeming to pulse with a sinister energy. The weight of the past, the horror of the revelations pressed down on him, threatening to overwhelm his already fragile sanity. He realized that his encounter with Blackwood Manor was far from over. The true horror lay not in the superficial scares and supernatural phenomena, but in the understanding that he was inextricably linked to the Manor's dark legacy, a thread woven through generations of suffering and despair. The whispers weren't just in the walls, they were within him now, an insidious part of his being. His escape from Blackwood Manor was just the beginning of a far more profound and terrifying journey, a journey into the darkest depths of his own soul, a journey guided by the haunting whispers and the lingering shadows that had become a part of him. His fight for survival wasn't over, it had just begun. The weight of the leather-bound journals pressed down on him, a physical manifestation of the crushing burden of his family's legacy. He had initially sought answers in those brittle pages, a desperate attempt to understand the horrors he'd witnessed at Blackwood Manor. But the truth revealed itself to be far more insidious, far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. The journals weren't simply chronicles of past events, they were a mirror reflecting his own descent into madness, a chilling testament to a hereditary curse woven into the very fabric of his being. The third journal, the clergyman's frantic scrawl, proved to be the most unsettling. It wasn't just the chilling accounts of supernatural manifestations, the spectral figures, the whispering voices, the palpable sense of malevolent energy, but the recurring mention of a name that resonated with a horrifying familiarity, Ashworth. His own family name. Father Michael's desperate attempts to cleanse the manor were met with increasingly ferocious resistance. He described a growing sense of dread, an oppressive weight that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house. His entries detailed strange symbols, ancient sigils carved into the stonework, symbols that bore an uncanny resemblance to those he'd glimpsed etched into the ancient, decaying walls of Blackwood Manor. He had dismissed them as mere coincidence, as the product of a feverish imagination fueled by the manor's oppressive atmosphere. Now, staring at the clergyman's journal, he realized the chilling truth: they were the marks of his ancestors, a horrifying testament to a generations-long obsession with the occult. The entries hinted at a ritualistic practice, a dark inheritance passed down through the Ashworth line, a horrifying legacy of forbidden knowledge and terrifying power. Father Michael's frantic scribbles spoke of ancestral obsession, of a relentless pursuit of power that had cost his family their sanity and their souls. He described attempts to contact entities beyond comprehension, horrifying rituals performed under the cloak of darkness, in the very heart of Blackwood Manor. A wave of nausea washed over him. He recognized the patterns, the recurring motifs. the disturbing echoes of his own experiences. The whispers, the shadows, the unsettling feeling of being watched, they weren't just figments of his imagination. They were the echoes of his ancestors' sins, a horrifying inheritance passed down through generations, a legacy of madness and despair. He reread the entries detailing Elias Thorne's descent into madness, his experiments with forbidden magic, his desperate attempts to harness the manor's malevolent energy. He felt a cold dread grip his heart as he realized the disturbing truth. Elias Thorne wasn't some distant ancestor. He was his great-great-grandfather. The realization struck him like a physical blow, shattering the fragile remnants of his composure. He traced the spidery script with a trembling finger, the words seeming to leap from the page, accusing him of his family's sins, the weight of his heritage, the dark secrets of his ancestors, pressed down on him with unbearable force. He was not just a victim of Blackwood Manor, he was a product of it, a descendant of those who had invited the darkness into their lives, those who had willingly succumbed to its corrupting influence. Elara Thorne's journal, the heartbreaking testament of his great-great-aunt, only intensified his sense of guilt and self-loathing. Her frantic entries detailed her desperate attempts to escape the manor's suffocating grip, her horrifying encounters with the shadowy entities that seemed to feed on fear and despair. She wrote of her father's terrifying decline, of his violent outbursts, and his chilling pronouncements of impending doom. Her descriptions of the rituals, the symbols, the growing darkness mirrored the events he had experienced firsthand. He was reliving his ancestors' nightmare, trapped in a cycle of madness and despair. He discovered entries detailing a series of letters exchanged between Elias and Elara. These letters, hidden within the folds of Elara's journal, painted a harrowing portrait of their relationship. Elias, consumed by his obsession, sought to bring Elara into his dark world, to make her a participant in his blasphemous rituals. Elara, torn between familial loyalty and self-preservation, resisted him, documenting her growing fear and desperation in the margins of her own journal. The letters revealed a complex, horrifying dynamic, a tangled web of obsession, coercion, and familial betrayal. Elias's desperate pleas, his promises of power and immortality, clashed with Elara's desperate attempts to flee, her pleas for help, her growing despair. The letters revealed a horrifying truth. Elara's tragic fate was not merely an act of random violence but a deliberate sacrifice, an offering to the malevolent entity that had claimed Blackwood Manor. The final letter, a desperate plea for forgiveness, was cut short, the words trailing off into an unfinished sentence, mirroring the abrupt end of her journal, leaving only an agonizing silence in its wake. The weight of this revelation was almost too much to bear. He felt the chilling pressure of his family's history, the crushing weight of their sins. He was not merely witnessing their story, he was living it, inheriting their madness, their guilt, their horrifying legacy. The dark secrets revealed in those brittle pages were not merely historical accounts, they were a roadmap to his own destruction. He saw himself in Elias, in his reckless pursuit of forbidden knowledge, in his desperate attempts to control forces beyond human comprehension. He saw himself in Elara, in her desperate struggle to escape, in her ultimate defeat. The realization brought a wave of intense self-doubt. Was he, too, destined to succumb to the manor's corrupting influence? Was this his inevitable fate? He was living the same nightmare as his ancestors, and yet he felt powerless to escape its clutches. The whispers had already begun, the insidious suggestions creeping into his mind. He was being drawn back into the darkness, back into the embrace of Blackwood Manor, the relentless pull of his family's dark legacy pulling him down. He felt the familiar chill, the creeping dread, the unsettling feeling of being watched. The journals hadn't just revealed the secrets of his past, they had unlocked something within him, something dark and ancient, something that had been dormant for generations. His own sanity felt as fragile as the decaying pages he held in his hands. The echoes of his ancestors' madness threatening to consume him entirely. The escape from Blackwood Manor had been only a temporary reprieve. The true horror lay not in the house itself, but within him, within the cursed blood that ran through his veins, a legacy of darkness he could no longer ignore. The fight for survival wasn't simply against the manor's malevolent presence, it was a battle against his own heritage, a fight against the encroaching shadow of his family's dark past. And he knew, with a chilling certainty, that the battle had only just begun. The weight of the past, once a distant echo, now thundered in his ears, a relentless barrage of guilt and self-recrimination. The journals, their brittle pages whispering secrets into the silent night, had become a mirror reflecting not just his family's depravity, but his own complicity. He saw himself in Elias Thorne's frantic scribbles, in his feverish obsession with forbidden knowledge, the desperate grasping at power that ultimately consumed him. He saw his own reflection in Alara's desperate pleas, her futile attempts to escape the suffocating grip of Blackwood Manor and the monstrous legacy she was forced to inherit. He was not merely a witness to their tragedy, he was its heir. The manor itself seemed to amplify his internal turmoil. The decaying walls there, mortar crumbling like aged bones, mirrored the disintegration of his sanity. The shadows that danced in the corners of his vision were no longer mere phantoms. They were manifestations of his own guilt, the darkness he had long suppressed clawing its way to the surface. The oppressive atmosphere, once a source of external dread, now felt intimately connected to his own inner turmoil, a chilling resonance that confirmed his deepest fears. He remembered the whispers, the insidious suggestions that had plagued him since childhood, the unsettling feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes piercing the veil of his reality. These were not hallucinations, he realized with a sickening certainty. They were the whispers of his ancestors, the echoes of their transgressions, a chorus of condemnation that echoed through the generations, clinging to him like a shroud. The manor wasn't just a haunted house, it was a conduit, a vessel for the collective guilt of his family, a dark mirror reflecting the depravity of their past. The guilt gnawed at him, a relentless, corrosive force that ate away at his sanity, mirroring the decay of the house itself. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the ancient timbers, every rustle of the wind through the broken windows, seemed to mock his attempts at self-justification. He was not merely haunted by the ghosts of his ancestors, he was haunted by the specter of his own moral failings, a reflection of their dark legacy. He recalled the chilling details from the journals, Elias's blasphemous rituals, Alara's desperate resistance, the chilling descriptions of the entity they had inadvertently unleashed, its power growing with each generation, feeding on the fear and despair of the Ashworth family. The weight of their actions pressed down on him, a crushing burden he could barely comprehend. He was not merely a descendant, he was the inheritor of their sins. He paced his room, the shadows stretching and contracting around him like malevolent entities, mirroring the chaos that raged within. The opulent furnishings, once a source of comfort, now seemed to mock him with their cold grandeur. The grand tapestries depicted scenes of hunts and feasts, a grotesque parody of the horrors that unfolded behind the closed doors of Blackwood Manor. Every intricate detail seemed to bear witness to his family's transgressions, each thread a reminder of their moral failings. He felt trapped, a prisoner in his own mind, the walls closing in, echoing the suffocating grip of the manor itself. Sleep offered no respite. Nightmares plagued him, vivid reenactments of his ancestors' horrifying acts, a horrifying cycle of violence, obsession, and despair that he seemed powerless to escape. He dreamt of Elias, his face twisted in a grotesque parody of devotion, whispering promises of unimaginable power, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. He dreamt of Ilara, her eyes wide with terror, her pleas for help lost in the cacophony of the manor's dark symphony. He awoke each morning, drained, the oppressive weight of his guilt clinging to him like a second skin. He tried to find solace in the daytime hours, in the mundane tasks that he'd taken on, to distract himself. But the manor's influence followed him everywhere, a pervasive sense of dread that permeated every aspect of his life. He found himself drawn back to the journals, rereading the chilling entries, as if searching for some elusive truth that might absolve him, that might offer some measure of peace. But the only thing he found was the relentless confirmation of his own culpability. He was not merely a spectator, he was an accomplice. The guilt was not merely a burden of the past, it was a premonition of the future. He feared he was destined to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors, to succumb to the same dark obsession, the same insatiable hunger for power that had led to their ruin. He saw the seeds of that madness taking root within him, the whispers growing louder, the shadows more menacing, the darkness threatening to engulf him completely. The sunlight streaming through the windows was no longer a source of comfort, but a cruel reminder of the darkness that lurked within the manor's walls, a darkness that now resided within him. The cheerful sounds of the birds were replaced by the chilling echoes of his ancestors' screams, the joyful chirping a cruel mockery of his tormented soul. Even the vibrant colors of nature seemed muted, their brilliance dulled by the oppressive weight of his guilt. He tried to escape the manor's influence, to find refuge in the mundane world, to find solace in human connection. But the weight of his past clung to him, a shadow that followed him everywhere. He found himself recoiling from human touch, consumed by the belief that he was inherently tainted, unworthy of love or connection. The world outside felt as oppressive as the manor within, his own self-loathing magnifying the ordinary struggles into monstrous proportions. He reached a point where the lines between reality and delusion began to blur. The whispers grew more insistent, the shadows more substantial. He couldn't distinguish between the true visions of his ancestors and hallucinations fueled by his guilt and self-loathing. He wondered if he was losing his mind, if he was becoming another victim of Blackwood Manor's cursed heritage. Was this the inevitable consequence of his family's transgressions? Was this his own descent into madness? The guilt was a physical entity, a monstrous presence that weighed down on his chest, squeezing the air from his lungs. The air grew thick and suffocating, the weight of the past becoming a physical manifestation of his self-hatred. Each breath felt like a struggle, each heartbeat a reminder of his complicity in the tragedy of his family. He yearned for release, for absolution, but the weight of his guilt was too great, too suffocating. He was a prisoner not just of the manor, but of his own mind, trapped in a cycle of self-recrimination, unable to escape the echoes of his ancestors' sins. The fight for survival was not merely a battle against the supernatural forces within Blackwood. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows across the walls, transforming the familiar shapes of furniture into grotesque parodies of their former selves. He sat, hunched over the journals, the brittle pages whispering secrets that snaked into his mind, twisting his thoughts into knots of fear and self-loathing. The words blurred before his eyes, the elegant script morphing into writhing, monstrous forms. He rubbed his temples, the throbbing a dull counterpoint to the escalating terror. It wasn't just the words themselves, it was the feeling, a palpable sense of dread that emanated from the pages, seeping into his very being. Suddenly, the air grew cold, the temperature plummeting despite the fire burning merrily in the hearth. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, whipped through the room, extinguishing the candle and plunging him into darkness. He gasped, his heart hammering against his ribs, the silence deafening, broken only by the frantic beating of his own pulse. Then he saw it, a flash of movement in the periphery, a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure, tall and gaunt, its form indistinct, its presence chilling. The figure vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving him trembling in the darkness, his breath ragged and shallow. He fumbled for another candle, his hands shaking uncontrollably. As the flickering light illuminated the room once more, the visions began. They weren't dreams, not exactly. They were more like memories, or perhaps premonitions, fragmented glimpses of scenes that felt both intimately familiar and utterly alien. He saw Ilara, not as the desperate woman he knew from the journals, but as a child, her eyes wide, with a terrifying innocence, clutching a blood-stained doll. He saw Elias not as the mad scholar driven to obsession, but as a young man, his face handsome but haunted, his eyes reflecting a chilling emptiness. These visions weren't static images. They were fleeting glimpses, fragments of a story, unfolding before him, revealing hidden aspects of his family's history, aspects so disturbing, so profoundly unsettling that they threatened to shatter his sanity. He saw rituals performed under the pale moonlight, heard whispers of forbidden knowledge, and blasphemous pacts, felt the icy touch of an entity that defied description, a presence that felt ancient and malevolent, its power emanating from the very heart of Blackwood Manor. The visions were accompanied by a symphony of sounds, the chanting of voices, the clash of metal, the screams of terror, the chilling laughter of something inhuman. The line between reality and delusion began to blur. He could no longer distinguish between the shadows that danced in the corners of the room and the spectral figures that haunted his visions. The whispers that had plagued him since childhood intensified, morphing into a cacophony of voices, each one carrying a fragment of the manor's cursed history, each one condemning him for his lineage. He felt their presence, not merely as shadows in the periphery, but as tangible entities pressing against him, constricting his movements, whispering insidious suggestions into his mind. The weight of his family's guilt pressed down upon him, a crushing burden that threatened to suffocate him. He saw himself in the faces of his ancestors, their shared obsession mirroring his own growing fascination with the manor's secrets. He felt the pull of the darkness, the insidious temptation to follow in their footsteps, to succumb to the same forbidden knowledge that had led to their downfall. He fought against it. But the struggle was exhausting, the darkness unrelenting. Days bled into nights, the line between them dissolving as the visions intensified. He spent his days poring over the journals, searching for answers, for some explanation that might alleviate his torment. But the journals offered no comfort, only more terrifying revelations, more glimpses into the depths of his family's depravity. He spent his nights haunted by vivid, disturbing dreams that left him sweating and trembling, the echoes of his ancestors' screams ringing in his ears. His health deteriorated. His sleep was plagued by nightmares, his days consumed by paranoia and fear. He became gaunt and pale, his eyes dark and hollow, reflecting the growing darkness within. The once opulent manor, with its decaying grandeur, became a living nightmare, its shadows reflecting his own internal disintegration. He tried to escape, to find solace in the mundane world outside, but the manor's influence followed him, a chilling shadow clinging to his every step. He found himself drawn back to the manor time and again, as if some dark force were compelling him to unravel the mysteries of his family's past, to confront the monstrous entity they had unleashed. He knew that the more he learned, the more he risked succumbing to the same fate as his ancestors, the same descent into madness. Yet he could not stop himself, the compulsive need to uncover the truth overwhelming his fear. The visions became more frequent, more intense, more real. He saw himself participating in the blasphemous rituals, his hands stained with blood, his voice joining the chorus of chanting voices. He saw himself succumbing to the entity's power, his eyes burning with the same terrifying intensity as Elias's. He saw the entity itself, its form shifting and changing, its power growing with each vision, feeding on his fear, on his guilt, on his despair. The manor's walls seemed to breathe, the stones themselves pulsing with a sinister energy. The portraits of his ancestors seemed to come alive, their eyes following him, their expressions filled with a chilling mixture of regret and malevolence. He felt their judgment, their condemnation, their warning. He was not just a spectator to their tragedy, he was an active participant, an inheritor of their curse. He tried to find refuge in prayer, in reason, in logic, but the visions were relentless. The whispers inescapable. The darkness, once confined to the corners of his mind, had begun to engulf him completely, threatening to consume him, to erase his very identity. He was losing himself, disintegrating, becoming another victim of Blackwood Manor's cursed history. His sanity was fraying, his grip on reality loosening, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. The fight for survival was not just a physical one, it was a desperate struggle against the darkness within himself, a battle against the monstrous legacy of his family, a desperate attempt to escape the horrifying truth he was slowly uncovering. The weight of the past was too much to bear, the future was a terrifying abyss. He was trapped, adrift in a sea of shadows, the ghostly echoes of his ancestors mocking his futile attempts to escape his fate. The darkness was no longer external, it was him. The flickering candlelight painted grotesque shadows on the walls, twisting familiar objects into monstrous parodies. His reflection in the polished surface of an antique mirror showed a man ravaged by fear, his eyes hollow and shadowed, his face gaunt and pale. It wasn't just a physical exhaustion, it was a deeper weariness, a bone-deep fatigue that stemmed from the relentless onslaught of visions, the ceaseless whispers that gnawed at his sanity. He saw them now, not as fleeting glimpses, but as fully realized entities, born from the depths of his own tormented psyche. Elara, the child from his visions, materialized in the corner of the room, her blood-stained doll clutched tightly to her chest. Her eyes, once wide with a terrifying innocence, now burned with an ancient, malevolent fire. She didn't speak, but her presence radiated a palpable chill, a suffocating sense of despair that pressed down upon him, suffocating him with her silent grief. The air itself seemed to thicken, the scent of decay and damp earth filling his nostrils, a tangible manifestation of her lingering sorrow. Elias, the haunted young man, emerged from the shadows that danced in the flickering candlelight. He was taller, thinner than in his visions, his features sharper, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity that spoke of madness and obsession. He didn't approach, but simply stood there, a silent observer, his gaze fixed on the protagonist, judging him, condemning him for his lineage. The cold breath of his presence was like the touch of ice, chilling him to the bone, leaving him shivering, despite the warmth of the fire. But it wasn't just Elara and Elias. The entity, the presence he had sensed in the manor's heart, began to take form, its shape shifting and changing, fluid and amorphous, like smoke given substance. One moment it was a shadowy, hunched figure, its limbs elongated and unnatural, its eyes burning with a cold, inner fire. The next, it took the shape of a grotesque parody of a human, its flesh melting and reforming, its features shifting between horror and mockery. Its voice, a cacophony of whispers, hissed and shrieked, a chorus of tormented souls echoing the despair of generations. The sounds intensified, the chanting of voices growing louder, the clash of unseen metal echoing through the walls, the screams of terror piercing the silence of the night. The manor itself seemed to participate in his torment, the old stones groaning and shifting, the portraits of his ancestors twisting their faces in silent condemnation. The very air vibrated with a malevolent energy, a tangible manifestation of his growing fear and guilt. He tried to fight it, to deny the reality of these manifestations, to dismiss them as hallucinations born of exhaustion and stress. But the visions were too vivid, too real, too deeply rooted in the emotions that consumed him. His fear, his guilt, his despair. These were the building blocks of his nightmare, the very essence of the entities that haunted him. He stumbled towards the journals, seeking solace in the written word, in the tangible evidence of his family's dark history. But even the words seemed to writhe and shift, the elegant script transforming into grotesque symbols that seemed to mock his desperate search for understanding. The journals were no longer merely a record of the past, they were a conduit, a doorway through which his fears and guilt materialized, taking on physical forms that echoed the darkness within his own soul. The line between reality and delusion completely blurred. He couldn't tell where his own mind ended and the manor's influence began. The shadows seemed to reach out, their icy fingers brushing against his skin, whispering insidious suggestions into his ears. He felt their presence, their weight, their power, pressing down upon him, crushing him under the burden of his family's legacy. He was trapped in a nightmarish cycle of self-destruction, his past manifested as grotesque visions, a constant reminder of his inheritance, a testament to his family's dark deeds. Each night brought fresh horrors. Each day added a new layer of despair. He was drowning in the swirling vortex of his own guilt, the darkness within him, mirroring the darkness that consumed Blackwood Manor. He tried to escape, to flee the manor, to find solace in the outside world. But the manor's influence was relentless, a shadow clinging to his every step, the entities following him, their presence a constant, chilling reminder of his inescapable fate. Even when he closed his eyes, the visions continued, vivid and terrifying, weaving themselves into his dreams, turning his sleep into a torturous landscape of nightmares. The entities, born of his fear and guilt, began to interact. Alara's sorrow seemed to fuel Elias's madness, while Elias's obsession amplified the power of the unnamed entity. They fed off his despair, his terror, growing stronger with each passing moment, each new vision, each fresh wave of dread. He was their vessel, their unwilling host, his psyche their battleground. He was slowly being consumed, his identity dissolving into the darkness. The walls of the manor seemed to pulsate with an unholy energy, the very stones of the building resonating with the tormented souls trapped within. He felt the weight of their misery, their despair, their unrelenting anguish. He was one of them now, not merely an observer, but a participant in the endless cycle of suffering. He was cursed, condemned, his fate sealed by the darkness that had clung to his family for generations. The echoes of their screams were now his own. The whispers were now his thoughts. The darkness was him. He was no longer fighting to escape the manor. He was fighting to escape himself. The struggle was futile, a desperate, doomed attempt to resist the inevitable. He was trapped not just in the manor, but in his own mind, a prisoner of his past, a victim of his inheritance, a puppet dancing to the tune of his own fear. The final act was near. The curtain was about to fall. The darkness would consume him. He was Blackwood Manor's newest ghost. Chapter 3: The Descent into Madness. The echoing silence of Blackwood Manor pressed in on him, a suffocating blanket, woven from dust and despair. Each creak of the ancient timbers, each whisper of the wind through the broken panes, sounded like a judgment, a condemnation whispered by the very stones of the house. He had tried to leave, to escape the suffocating grip of the manor, but the road seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning like a malevolent serpent, always leading him back to the shadowed walls and the ever-present, chilling weight of the past. The isolation was a physical entity, a tangible force that pressed against him, squeezing the air from his lungs, leaving him gasping for breath in the suffocating silence. Days blurred into nights, the boundaries between waking and sleeping, dissolving into a hazy, indistinct mess of terror. He slept little, haunted by nightmares that bled into his waking hours, blurring the lines between reality and the phantasmagoria that surrounded him. He found himself staring at his reflection in the darkened mirrors, searching for a glimmer of recognition, a trace of the man he once was. But the gaunt face that stared back was unfamiliar, haunted by shadows that seemed to shift and writhe, mirroring the darkness that gnawed at his sanity. His eyes, once bright with intelligence, were now hollow pits, reflecting the endless darkness within. The once familiar rooms of the manor became a labyrinth of shifting shadows and echoing whispers. The portraits of his ancestors seemed to watch him with cold, judging eyes, their painted smiles twisting into grotesque sneers. He swore he could hear their whispers, their voices blending into the mournful sighs of the wind, weaving a tapestry of guilt and condemnation that clung to him like a shroud. He started to question his own sanity. Were the visions real, or were they merely products of his overwrought mind, hallucinations brought on by sleep deprivation, and the overwhelming pressure of his family's dark legacy? He clutched at the worn pages of the journals, seeking answers, seeking solace, but the words seemed to writhe and twist before his eyes, transforming into cryptic symbols that mocked his desperate search for truth. The paranoia tightened its grip, constricting his thoughts, twisting his perceptions. He saw suspicion in the eyes of the dust motes dancing in the sunbeams, heard accusations in the rustling of the leaves outside the windows. Every shadow seemed to conceal a lurking presence, every creak a sign of impending doom. He jumped at the slightest sound, his heart pounding in his chest like a trapped bird. He started to believe that the manor itself was alive, that it was sentient, feeding off his fear, his despair, his growing madness. He felt its presence, a cold, malevolent entity that wrapped around him, permeating his very being. He was not just living in the manor, he was becoming one with it, his identity dissolving into its ancient, decaying stones. The entities, Alara, Elias, and the Nameless One, became more real with each passing day, their forms becoming sharper, their voices louder, their presence more menacing. Alara's silent sorrow weighed upon him, a palpable sense of loss that echoed the emptiness within his own soul. Elias's feverish obsession fueled his own growing paranoia, his accusations whispering in his ear, planting seeds of doubt and self-recrimination. The nameless entity, the embodiment of Blackwood Manor's malevolence, grew more powerful, its shifting form a constant reminder of the amorphous nature of fear itself. It seemed to feed on his growing despair, growing stronger with each new vision, each new wave of terror that washed over him. He was no longer simply haunted. He was possessed, his body and mind becoming a battleground for the forces of darkness that dwelled within the manor's walls. He tried to reason with himself, to fight back against the creeping tide of madness, to maintain a grip on reality. But the weight of his family's legacy, the burden of their sins, was too heavy to bear. His mind was a battlefield, his thoughts fragmented, his perception skewed, his identity dissolving into the suffocating darkness that surrounded him. One evening, huddled in the library, surrounded by the decaying tomes and the ghostly whispers of the past, he found himself staring at his own reflection in the polished surface of a dark, antique desk. He saw not just his reflection, but the superimposed image of Elias, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity, his lips forming silent accusations. The line between reality and delusion shattered completely. He screamed, a raw, desperate sound that echoed through the silent halls of the manor. He spent the following days in a state of catatonic fear, unable to distinguish between reality and nightmare. He saw Alara in every flickering shadow, heard Elias's accusations in every creak of the floorboards, felt the cold touch of the nameless entity in every gust of wind that whistled through the broken windows. The manor had become a prison, not of stone and mortar, but of his own shattered mind. His food lay untouched, his water grew stagnant, his body wasted, a reflection of the ruin that had taken hold of his soul. He wandered the halls like a wraith, a shadow of his former self, his sanity slipping further with each passing moment. He was no longer fighting to escape the manor, he was fighting to retain his grip on his own mind, to hold on to the last remnants of his sanity in the face of overwhelming darkness. But the darkness was winning. He began to speak to the entities, arguing, pleading, begging for an end to his torment. He confessed his guilt, seeking absolution, but the only response was a mocking laughter that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. He realized with a chilling certainty that his isolation was not a consequence of his physical confinement within the manor, but a manifestation of his own internal disintegration. The once familiar comfort of Blackwood Manor had become a source of unbearable dread. The rooms, once a refuge from the outside world, were now filled with the chilling presence of his family's dark history. Each step he took echoed through the silent halls, each breath he drew was heavy with the weight of his own despair. The very air seemed to crackle with malevolent energy, a tangible manifestation of his own crumbling sanity. He was utterly and hopelessly alone, trapped in a prison of his own making, a prisoner of his past, a victim of his family's cursed legacy, bound to the darkness of Blackwood Manor, consumed by the descent into madness. And there was no escape. The flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows that danced and writhed like phantoms across the dusty floorboards. He sat hunched over the ancient, leather-bound journals, his fingers tracing the faded script, each word a painful reminder of the family's dark legacy. The pages seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the ink bleeding into grotesque shapes that shifted and changed before his eyes. He felt a cold dread, a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the dampness of the manor and everything to do with the chilling truths contained within those yellowed pages. A vision, sudden and sharp as a knife thrust, pierced the veil of his consciousness. He was a child again, a small boy huddled in the shadows of a grand, imposing staircase, witnessing a scene so horrific it had been buried deep within the recesses of his mind, hidden even from himself. He saw his father, his face contorted in a mask of rage, his hands raised in a gesture of brutal violence against his mother, her scream a silent, agonizing echo in his memory. The image was fragmented, fleeting, but the terror remained, a visceral gut-wrenching fear that clawed at his throat. He slammed the journal shut, the sound echoing through the suffocating silence of the library. He gasped for air, his chest constricting, his heart pounding against his ribs. The vision lingered, a stain on his consciousness, a testament to a childhood marred by unspeakable horrors. It was a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of the past that had shattered his sanity, piece by piece. Another vision, this time of Ilara, her spectral form shimmering in the dim light. She was not the sorrowful apparition he had encountered before. This Ilara was young, vibrant, full of life, her laughter echoing in the silent halls of his memory. But a shadow, a darkness, lurked at the edge of this image, a foreshadowing of the tragedy that would extinguish her light. He saw her, radiant and beautiful, dancing in the garden, her happiness a cruel mockery of the suffering that awaited her. Then the vision shifted, showing the same garden, the same setting sun, but Ilara was gone. Only the lingering scent of lilies and the faint echo of her laughter remained. The transition was abrupt, jarring, leaving him with a feeling of profound loss. He saw Elias next, not the feverishly obsessed ghost, but a man consumed by his own ambition and shadowed by a chilling ruthlessness. He saw Elias's machinations, his cunning plots, his ruthlessness that would crush anyone who stood in his path. Elias's past was not simply a history of madness, it was a tapestry woven from betrayal, deceit, and violence, a legacy of darkness that had poisoned his family for generations. The image was horrifyingly clear, a portrait of a man willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. He saw him manipulate others, seizing power and wealth with ruthless efficiency. His eyes were empty, his actions devoid of remorse. Elias's actions were not merely the product of madness, but a calculated choice. The nameless entity was harder to define, harder to comprehend. It was the very essence of Blackwood Manor, a sentient darkness that fed on the suffering of its inhabitants. He saw it as a formless shadow, a shifting darkness that permeated the walls, the floors, the very air he breathed. It was the cumulative weight of generations of sorrow and violence, a manifestation of the manor's malevolent history. The entity was not a single being but an accumulation of evil, a culmination of every dark deed committed within those walls. The weight of this was crushing, an unending tide of darkness consuming everything in its path. Each of these visions was a blow, a brutal assault on his already shattered psyche. The memories were raw, vivid, unfiltered by the protective veil of repression. They were not mere hallucinations, but painful recollections, fragments of a traumatic past that he had fought so desperately to forget. He was being forced to confront his family's history, the dark secrets that had been buried for generations. His attempts to understand, to reconcile these visions with his current state, led him down a path of increasing despair. Each new insight only served to deepen the chasm of his madness. The weight of his family's sins, their dark deeds, were crushing him. He felt the weight of their actions, the consequences of their choices, as if they were his own. He was not just a victim of his circumstances, he was entangled in a web of guilt and responsibility. He spent days in a state of semi-consciousness, drifting between waking moments of excruciating clarity and nightmarish visions that bled into reality. He saw the faces of his ancestors, their eyes filled with a cold, accusing stare, their whispers a constant chorus of condemnation. He felt the presence of the entities, their forms shifting and changing, their influence becoming increasingly pervasive. He could no longer distinguish between reality and delusion, the line between them had blurred beyond repair. The once familiar comforts of Blackwood Manor became instruments of his torment. The creaking floorboards, the rustling wind, the shadows in the corners of the room. Each was a trigger, sending him spiraling into new waves of terror. He found solace only in the act of writing, scribbling feverish accounts of his experiences in the tattered notebooks he kept by his bedside. These became his lifeline, his only means of trying to maintain some semblance of order amidst the chaos within his mind. His writing became a frantic attempt to organize the fragments of his broken reality, to find some coherence in the deluge of memories and visions that plagued him. As he wrote, he felt he was not just recalling the past, but actively reliving it. The words flowed from his pen, fueled by an adrenaline rush that was part terror and part catharsis. His handwriting became increasingly erratic, the script twisting and turning, mirroring the turmoil in his mind. The weight of his past was heavy indeed. He felt it press down on him, suffocating him, as he delved deeper into his tortured memory. It was a burden not just of personal trauma, but of a family curse, a lineage of darkness that seemed destined to consume him. He was not merely reliving his childhood trauma, he was wrestling with the legacy of his ancestors, their sins and failures. The process of confrontation was agonizing. Each memory unearthed was a fresh wound, a searing reminder of the pain and suffering he had endured. Yet, in the act of confronting his past, he found a strange form of liberation. As he wrestled with the demons of his family history, he felt a glimmer of hope, a sense of agency that had been absent before. He was no longer merely a victim, he was a participant in his own story, even if it was a story unfolding within the confines of madness. He realized that escape was not possible. He was bound to Blackwood Manor, bound to his past, bound to the curse of his family. But he understood now, with a chilling clarity, that the battle was not to escape, but to understand, to comprehend the nature of the darkness that consumed him, to find meaning amidst the chaos, and, perhaps, to find a way to transcend his family's grim legacy. The descent into madness was not a passive experience but a struggle, a confrontation, a fight for his very soul. The fight had only just begun. The scratching sound started subtly, a whisper against the silence of the night. At first, he dismissed it as the settling of the old house, the familiar groan of timbers shifting under the weight of years and weather. But the scratching persisted, growing in intensity, evolving into a relentless gnawing, as if something were trying to claw its way into his very being. He pulled the covers tighter, burying himself deeper into the suffocating darkness, but the scratching followed, an insidious presence that seemed to burrow into his skull. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, barely audible above the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, they gradually grew louder, coalescing into a cacophony of voices, all murmuring his name, their tones ranging from sorrowful sighs to guttural threats. He tried to distinguish individual words, to make sense of the chaotic chorus, but the voices were deliberately indistinct, a maddening blend of sounds designed to unsettle and unnerve. They spoke of betrayal, of blood, of unspeakable acts committed within the shadowed walls of Blackwood Manor, each word a fresh stab of guilt. His reflection in the cracked mirror on his dresser became distorted, its surface rippling with unseen currents. He watched, horrified, as his own face twisted and contorted, morphing into the grotesque visages of his ancestors, Elias, his cruel gaze burning into his soul, his mother, her eyes filled with a silent scream, even Elara, her youthful beauty marred by an expression of unimaginable terror. The faces merged and separated, a grotesque dance of death and despair, each one accusing, each one a reminder of his family's cursed legacy. The hallucinations intensified, blurring the lines between waking and dreaming. He found himself walking the corridors of Blackwood Manor, the familiar passages, twisting and turning, morphing into labyrinthine pathways that seemed to lead nowhere. The walls pulsed with an unnatural light, their surfaces shifting and changing, revealing glimpses of scenes from his past, and more disturbingly, glimpses into a future that threatened his sanity, his very existence. He saw himself as a child again, but not the boy who had hidden in the shadows of the staircase. This was a more insidious vision, a child abandoned and alone in the cold vastness of Blackwood Manor, his cries for help swallowed by the relentless darkness that consumed everything in its path. His own neglected self wept and cried from within the walls of Blackwood Manor, begging to be free of this horrific curse. He felt the icy grip of loneliness, a profound sense of isolation, a feeling that existed beyond the realms of his own reality, stretching out into the vast unknowable reaches of existence. The manor itself seemed to be actively participating in his torment. The flickering candlelight danced and writhed, transforming familiar objects into monstrous shapes. The shadows in the corners of the room grew larger, darker, taking on a sentient quality, watching him with malevolent intent. He could almost feel them creeping closer, their icy tendrils wrapping around his mind, stealing his thoughts, poisoning his very essence. The scratching intensified, the whispers grew louder, the faces in the mirror became more numerous, more menacing. He began to question his own sanity. Were these visions, these hallucinations, real, or was he simply losing his mind? The line between the two had become hopelessly blurred, a chasm of uncertainty that threatened to swallow him whole. He tried to rationalize the events, to find a logical explanation for the horrors he was experiencing, but the sheer intensity of the experience overwhelmed his ability to reason. One particular vision stayed with him. It was not a scene from his past or a nightmare from his sleep. This was a vision of his own reflection in a dark pool of water, reflecting the image of his life, an empty, hollow shell. The water was black as night, reflecting the utter despair in his eyes. The reflection was not merely an image, it held a sentience, a malevolent intelligence that seemed to taunt and mock him, knowing the darkest recesses of his mind. It was a reflection not just of his physical self, but a chilling insight into the darkness that dwelled within. This vision did not merely torment him, it revealed a truth far more frightening than the terrors of Blackwood Manor. This is the truth of what awaited him. He tried to escape the visions, to find solace in the waking world. He would wander the grounds of Blackwood Manor, desperately searching for a sign of normalcy, of something that could reassure him that his sanity was not entirely lost. But the world around him only reflected the turmoil within his mind. The trees seemed to twist and writhe, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The wind whispered secrets in his ear, the very air itself seemed heavy with a malevolent presence. The relentless onslaught of hallucinations and delusions pushed him to the edge of despair. He found himself repeating phrases, meaningless words, attempting to find a hold in a reality which continuously crumbled. He felt a disconnect from his own body, as if he were merely an observer of his own suffering, watching his descent into madness with a detached sense of horror. The constant barrage of sensory overload, the sounds, the sights, the feelings, became a weapon of unimaginable power. He realized, with a shuddering horror, that his mind was no longer his own. The nameless entity, the collective darkness of Blackwood Manor, had taken root within him, its tendrils twisting and turning, corrupting his thoughts, his memories, his very sense of self. He was no longer simply experiencing hallucinations and delusions. He was being consumed, devoured from within, his sanity a helpless victim of a power far greater than himself. He was a prisoner not of stone walls, but of his own fractured mind. And in the silence, the scratching, the whispering, it began again. The descent continued. The inevitable conclusion beckoned. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, each toll a hammer blow against the fragile remnants of his sanity. He tried to stand, to escape the suffocating darkness of his room, but his legs refused to obey. They buckled beneath him, throwing him back onto the bed, his body racked with tremors that had nothing to do with the chill of the night. The whispers intensified, a chorus of voices now so loud they felt like physical blows against his eardrums. They were no longer simply murmuring his name, they were screaming it, a symphony of torment designed to shatter his soul. He clawed at the bedsheets, his fingers digging into the fabric, leaving furrows in the once smooth material. He tried to scream, to fight back against the encroaching darkness, but his voice was trapped, choked by the weight of despair that pressed down on him. A crushing burden that stole his breath, his will. His body became a conduit, an unwilling vessel through which the whispers flowed, the voices weaving themselves into his very being. His thoughts, once a clear stream, now tumbled into a chaotic torrent, a relentless flood of images and sensations, each one designed to break him. He saw fleeting glimpses of his past, but not his own past, a mangled, distorted version where his memories became weapons used against him. He was a child again, hiding in the shadowed corners of Blackwood Manor, but this time, the shadows were sentient, their icy tendrils reaching out to snare him, dragging him deeper into the abyss. He saw his parents, their faces contorted into masks of cruelty, their eyes filled with a cold, lifeless hatred that seeped into his very bones. He saw Lara, her beauty marred by an unimaginable horror, her pleas for help lost in the echoing silence of the manor. And in each vision, he saw himself, trapped, helpless, his cries for mercy swallowed by the relentless darkness. The mirror, once a simple reflection, was now a portal to another realm, a chaotic tapestry woven from the faces of his ancestors. Each one leered at him, their eyes burning with a malevolent light, their mouths twisted in silent screams of anguish. They were no longer mere reflections, they were entities, spirits, their forms reaching out from the glass to claim him. Their whispers bled into the whispers of the manor, a combined assault on his already fracturing mind. His attempts at resistance were feeble, pitiful. He tried to pray, to call out for help. But the words died in his throat, choked by the relentless pressure of the unseen forces that held him captive. The room spun, the walls pulsed with an unnatural light, and the familiar objects around him morphed into monstrous shapes, their contours shifting and changing with each horrifying vision. The bed became a monstrous beast, its frame writhing like a serpent, its mattress a pulsing mass of flesh and bone. The darkness in the corners of the room thickened, coalescing into shadowy figures that watched him, their eyes glinting with malevolent glee. He began to act out, his body moving independently of his will. He would find himself scratching at the walls, his nails tearing at the ancient plaster, leaving bloody furrows in their wake. He would pace the room, his movements jerky and erratic, a frantic dance of despair. He would mutter to himself, his words a disjointed stream of consciousness, a mixture of prayers and curses, fragmented memories and delirious fantasies. He laughed, a hollow, chilling sound, devoid of humor or mirth. He wept, tears streaming down his face, tears of anguish, despair, and terror. His days blurred into nights, each one a descent deeper into madness. He abandoned all attempts at hygiene, his hair matted and greasy, his clothes torn and stained. His reflection in the cracked mirror became a stranger, a gaunt, hollow-eyed specter, his face framed by dark circles that underscored the severity of his plight. He barely ate or slept, his body emaciated, his strength waning. Yet, even in his weakened state, the whispers, the visions, the scratching continued relentlessly, torturing him, consuming him, leaving nothing but the shell of a man behind. He lost all sense of time. Days bled into each other, the boundaries between reality and hallucination completely erased. The manor itself seemed to breathe, its ancient stones pulsing with a sinister energy that amplified his torment. The scratching sounds, once mere annoyances, intensified to a level of physical agony. It gnawed at his sanity, feeding on his fear, his desperation. He began to see the faces in the woodwork, in the shadows, in the very fabric of the house. They were everywhere. He felt the darkness clinging to him, its tendrils wrapping around his mind, stealing his thoughts, poisoning his soul. He had been so focused on trying to escape the manor, but the manor had entered him. It had become a part of him, a malevolent parasite feeding on his very being. He knew in his heart of hearts this battle was already lost. His mind was a battlefield, and the enemy was within. One day, he stumbled upon a hidden room in the basement, a dusty, forgotten chamber filled with forgotten relics and decaying books. Among them, he found a diary, its leather cover cracked and worn, its pages filled with faded script. As he read the diary entries of his forebears, he realized the horrors he had experienced were not unique. It was the inheritance of the Blackwood lineage, a cursed legacy passed down through generations. The diary spoke of dark rituals, forbidden magic, and a malevolent entity that had attached itself to Blackwood Manor. It detailed the descent into madness suffered by countless generations. The revelation did nothing to alleviate his suffering, but rather served to deepen his despair. He recognized the names, the dates, the symptoms. It was an echo of his own existence. He was not alone in his torment, but he was no closer to escaping it. His own ancestors had become his tormentors, their suffering becoming his, their madness reflecting his. The horrors that plagued them now plagued him. The diary became his obsession, its pages reflecting his own descent. He devoured its words as if to comprehend the depths of the darkness he was trapped within. But the more he learned, the deeper he sank into despair, the stronger the grip of Blackwood Manor's malevolent entity took on him. He spent his days wandering the halls, a ghost of his former self, his eyes filled with a hollow emptiness. He would whisper the names from the diary, murmuring the words of his ancestors, their screams, their pleas, their curses. He felt the legacy of Blackwood Manor weighing him down, crushing his spirit. The final entry in the diary spoke of a ritual, a desperate attempt to break the curse. But a ritual that only led to the ultimate destruction of the person who tried it. He read the words, the final words, and a chilling understanding gripped his heart. He was not merely losing his mind, he was fulfilling a prophecy. The curse had him precisely where it wanted him, in the embrace of the darkness. He was the final chapter, the ultimate sacrifice. And he knew, with terrifying certainty, that there was no escape. The descent was complete. He was lost. The manor had won. The grandfather clock's relentless ticking became a metronome marking the rhythm of his disintegration. Time, once a linear progression, fractured into a kaleidoscope of fragmented moments, each more horrifying than the last. The whispers, once insidious suggestions, now roared in his ears, a cacophony of voices vying for dominance within his shattered mind. They were the voices of his ancestors there, agony echoing through the generations, a chorus of despair that drowned out all other thoughts. He no longer slept, only drifted in and out of a waking nightmare, his body racked with tremors that shook him to his core. He saw things, grotesque parodies of reality, that twisted familiar objects into monstrous shapes. The floorboards pulsed with a malevolent heartbeat, the walls breathed, and the shadows writhed with a life of their own. His own reflection in the cracked mirror was a stranger, a gaunt figure with eyes that burned with a feverish intensity, its mouth twisted in a silent scream of perpetual torment. His once orderly room transformed into a grotesque parody of itself. Furniture rearranged itself, shifting and morphing into unfamiliar shapes that threatened to engulf him. The air thickened, heavy with a palpable dread, a miasma of despair that seeped into his very being. He would find himself crawling on the floor, his hands tracing the grotesque patterns in the decaying floorboards, his fingers digging into the aged wood, seeking a purchase in a world that had become utterly surreal. The scent of decay permeated the air, mingling with the musty odor of the ancient house, creating a sickeningly sweet aroma that clung to him like a second skin. He tasted the rot in his mouth, a bitter tang that reflected the putrid state of his mind. Food held no appeal, sustenance a forgotten need. His body, once strong and athletic, became a frail vessel, a skeletal frame barely containing the tormented spirit within. He began to communicate in fragments of sentences, half-formed thoughts, and guttural whispers. His words, once articulate and precise, now tumbled out in a chaotic stream, a torrent of madness that mirrored the turmoil within his mind. His speech became a language understood only by the shadows, the whispers, the malevolent entity that had claimed him as its own. His once sharp intellect crumbled, replaced by a childish simplicity that belied the depths of his torment. He would giggle inanely at horrifying visions, his laughter a hollow, chilling sound that echoed through the empty halls of the manor. He would weep uncontrollably, his tears a testament to the crushing weight of despair that had settled upon him, a despair so profound that it extinguished the last embers of hope within his soul. He lost all sense of hygiene, his body a testament to his neglect. His hair, once neatly combed, became a tangled mat of grime. His clothes, once meticulously pressed, were torn and soiled, hanging loosely on his emaciated frame. His fingernails grew long and sharp, digging into his flesh in a desperate attempt to find solace, to anchor himself to a reality that was rapidly slipping away. He tore at his clothes, his actions driven by a primal instinct, a desperate need to shed the skin of his former self, to rid himself of the weight of his sanity. His naked body, exposed to the chill of the night, revealed the extent of his physical deterioration. His skin, once smooth and healthy, was pale and drawn, marked by bruises and self-inflicted wounds that bore silent testament to his suffering. His physical decline mirrored his mental collapse. His eyes, once filled with intelligence and warmth, now burned with a feverish intensity, their pupils dilated, reflecting the horrors that consumed him. His gaze was lost, unfocused, drifting through the room as if searching for an escape from the reality that had trapped him. He would spend hours staring into the cracked mirror, his reflection a distorted mockery of his former self. He saw not only his own image, but a kaleidoscope of faces superimposed upon his own, the faces of his ancestors, their tormented expressions reflecting his own descent into madness. He saw himself age, decay, and wither before his very eyes, each passing moment a step closer to oblivion. The manor itself seemed to respond to his disintegration, amplifying his torment. The scratching sounds intensified, becoming a physical assault, a relentless barrage that gnawed at his sanity. The walls seemed to close in on him, the ceilings to press down, suffocating him in the weight of their ancient stones and the lingering malevolences that clung to them. He sought solace in the diary, poring over its decaying pages, tracing the faded script with trembling fingers. The words, once just a chronicle of madness, now seemed to possess an almost supernatural power, amplifying his own descent. He identified with the ancestors, their stories mirroring his own, their voices echoing in his soul. The curse was not just a curse of lineage, but a curse of mirroring, a cyclical pattern of destruction that led to his inevitable demise. The final entry in the diary, a desperate invocation, a final plea to a deaf God, sealed his fate. It was not just a prophecy, but a command, a self-fulfilling destiny. He was not just losing his mind, he was becoming the manifestation of Blackwood Manor's malevolent power. His madness was not a sickness, but a ritual, his disintegration, a sacrifice to the ancient entity that now fully possessed him. He was the culmination of centuries of suffering, the final act in a tragic play scripted by the darkness itself. The manor had finally claimed its prize. The descent was complete. He was utterly, irrevocably lost. A shard of memory, sharp and brutal, pierced the fog of his madness. He was a child, no older than 7, huddled in the shadows of the library, the scent of aged paper and dust thick in the air. He'd found it then, tucked away in a hidden alcove behind a crumbling bookshelf, a leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age, its script elegant yet chilling. It wasn't the diary he'd been obsessively rereading, this was something older, something different. He remembered the thrill of forbidden knowledge, the clandestine act of holding something his parents had never intended for him to see. He couldn't recall reading it entirely, only fragments, snatches of sentences that had burrowed themselves deep into his subconscious, surfacing only now in the crucible of his madness. The book spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of a lineage steeped in darkness. It detailed the history of Blackwood Manor, not as a mere dwelling, but as a nexus of malevolent energy, a place where the veil between worlds thinned, where the spirits of the dead clawed for existence. It spoke of a pact, a bargain made centuries ago by his ancestors, a deal with something other, something ancient and terrible that demanded a price for its power. The details were fragmented, obscured by the mists of time and the deliberate obfuscation of the author, but the core message remained horrifyingly clear. His family had not simply lived in Blackwood Manor, they had served it. They had been its custodians, its unwitting prisoners, bound to it by a curse woven into the very fabric of their bloodline. Each generation had paid a price, a sacrifice offered to appease the entity that dwelled within the manor's walls. The book described elaborate ceremonies, sacrifices that escalated in brutality over the centuries, culminating in the ultimate offering, a soul consumed by madness, a vessel for the entity's power. The descriptions were horrifyingly detailed, vivid images burned onto his mind, adding to the tapestry of his torment. He saw his ancestors, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes reflecting the terrible power they had unleashed. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. His madness wasn't a random affliction, a genetic predisposition, it was a deliberate inheritance, a dark legacy passed down through generations, a fulfillment of a terrible prophecy. He was not just going mad, he was being consumed, becoming the final offering, the ultimate sacrifice in a centuries-old ritual. The whispers, the voices, the grotesque visions, they were not merely hallucinations, but the entity's influence, its malevolent presence seeping into his mind, twisting his perceptions, driving him towards his inevitable end. He was a puppet, his strings pulled by an unseen hand, his dance a macabre ballet of despair leading to self-destruction. This terrifying knowledge did not alleviate his suffering, instead, it amplified it, deepening the chasm of despair that consumed him. The truth was worse than any fabrication his tormented mind could conjure. The weight of centuries of darkness settled upon his shoulders, crushing him beneath its immense weight. His sanity, already fractured, splintered further. He sobbed uncontrollably, the tears streaming down his gaunt cheeks, mingling with the grime that coated his skin. He saw his reflection in the cracked mirror, not just his own tormented face, but the superimposed faces of his ancestors, their eyes filled with the same despair, the same agonizing knowledge of their doomed fate. He crawled towards the diary, his fingers tracing the faded script, the words seeming to writhe before his eyes, their meaning now profoundly twisted by his newfound understanding. The entries he'd dismissed as the ravings of a madman now resonated with a terrible truth, a chillingly accurate foreshadowing of his own demise. He recognized patterns, echoes of the descriptions in the ancient book. His own experiences were simply a continuation of a long, horrific saga. The ancient house itself seemed to respond to his revelation, its malevolence amplified. The scratching sounds intensified, more insistent, more menacing, creating a symphony of dread that echoed the turmoil within his soul. The walls seemed to pulsate with a dark energy, and the air thrummed with a palpable dread. The scent of decay became stronger, more overwhelming, like a physical entity, wrapping around him, suffocating him. He tried to scream, but only a guttural rasp escaped his lips. He felt himself dissolving, fading, becoming one with the darkness that permeated the manor. His body, already frail, became even more emaciated, his flesh seeming to melt away, leaving behind only bones and shadows. He searched for escape, but there was none. The manor was a prison, not just of stone and mortar, but of a curse that ran deeper than blood, a legacy that transcended time and space. His ancestors had attempted to fight it, to break free from its grasp, but they had failed. Their struggles, their pain, their ultimate demise. It was all mirrored in his own experience. He was not just the culmination of generations of suffering, he was the embodiment of Blackwood Manor's curse. He was its sacrifice, its offering, its final, tragic act. The entity had claimed him, and his disintegration was not an end, but a transition, a merging of his soul with the ancient darkness that had consumed his family for centuries. The manor was complete. It had taken its due. The darkness had triumphed. And in his final, agonizing moments, he understood. The cycle would continue, the curse would endure. There would be another heir, another sacrifice. Another victim, trapped within the unending nightmare of Blackwood Manor. His madness wasn't an end, it was a beginning. A terrifying, eternal beginning. The whispered promise of a legacy continued, echoing in the oppressive silence of the crumbling manor. The walls themselves seemed to sigh with satisfaction. The shadows danced with renewed energy. And in the heart of the mansion, something ancient and powerful stirred, preparing for the next offering. The diary, clutched in his skeletal fingers, felt strangely warm against his ice-cold skin. The faded ink seemed to pulse with a malevolent light, the words twisting and shifting before his eyes like living serpents. He reread the final entry, a chilling prophecy detailing the culmination of the Blackwood curse, a sacrifice offered to the entity dwelling within the manor's heart, a soul consumed by madness, its essence absorbed into the ancient darkness. He was that sacrifice. He was the culmination. His breath hitched in his chest, a ragged sound that echoed the groaning of the ancient house itself. The air grew thick, heavy with an oppressive presence that pressed down upon him, suffocating him. The scratching sounds that had plagued his nights escalated into a cacophony of whispers, voices murmuring unintelligible words. In a language older than time itself. They spoke of power, of dominion, of an unending reign of terror. He understood now. The entity wasn't simply a malevolent spirit, it was something far older, something that predated humanity, something that fed upon despair and madness. It was a presence that had woven itself into the very fabric of Blackwood Manor, its essence permeating the stones, the wood, the very air within its walls. The manor wasn't merely a house, it was a vessel, a conduit for the entity's power, a cage designed to contain, and ultimately feed, something that should never have existed. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he sank to his knees, his body trembling with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. He glimpsed something then, a fleeting image in the periphery of his vision, a swirling vortex of darkness, a pulsating void at the heart of the manor, where the foundations met the earth. It was barely perceptible, a glimpse of something utterly horrifying, something beyond human comprehension. He could feel its gaze, cold and predatory, probing his very soul, assessing his worthiness as a sacrifice. The realization struck him like a physical blow. This was no ordinary haunting, it was a cosmic horror, a primordial evil that transcended the simple notions of good and evil, of life and death. It was a force of nature, ancient and implacable, and he, Elias Blackwood, the last in a long line of cursed descendants, was its chosen victim. The cold seeped into his bones, a chilling frost that had nothing to do with the autumnal chill of the night. He felt himself growing weaker, his strength ebbing away. His body succumbing to the entity's insidious influence. His mind, already ravaged by madness, began to fragment further, the edges of his sanity fraying like a worn tapestry. He tried to fight it, to cling to the remnants of his sanity, but the entity's power was too great. Its tendrils, invisible yet palpable, reached out and wrapped around him, squeezing the life from his very being. The whispers intensified, growing louder, more insistent, their voices blending into a monstrous chorus that assaulted his senses, twisting his thoughts, shattering his will. He saw visions then, horrifying glimpses into the entity's history, eons of darkness, untold horrors perpetrated against countless victims. He saw its hunger, its insatiable Need for power, its chilling indifference to human suffering. He saw the faces of his ancestors, their eyes reflecting the same agonizing knowledge, the same despair that now consumed him. They had fought, they had resisted, but they had ultimately succumbed, their souls consumed by the same darkness that now claimed him. He saw the rituals, the sacrifices, the relentless cycle of death and despair that had played out within the walls of Blackwood Manor for centuries. He saw the horrors his family had inflicted, the price they had paid to appease the entity, their desperate attempts to contain something beyond their control. Their efforts were futile. The curse had endured, and he, Elias Blackwood, was its final, tragic expression. The manor itself seemed to writhe around him, its stones shifting and groaning under the weight of the entity's power. The very foundations seemed to tremble, the walls pulsating with the dark energy that seeped into his very being. He felt the ancient wood of the floorboards beneath him giving way, the earth beneath the manor opening up to embrace him. His body began to change, his flesh growing cold and brittle, his bones shifting and twisting into unnatural shapes. He felt the entity's essence seeping into him, corrupting his very essence, transforming him into something other. He was no longer Elias Blackwood, but a vessel, a conduit for the ancient evil that dwelled within the manor's heart. He screamed, a wordless cry of agony that was lost in the cacophony of whispers and groans. He struggled, fought against the overwhelming power, but it was a futile endeavor. He was being consumed, absorbed, becoming one with the darkness that had plagued his family for generations. The final image burned into his mind before oblivion claimed him, a vast, swirling void, a gaping maw of endless darkness, and within it, a single, malevolent eye. Ancient, powerful, and utterly devoid of mercy. The entity had won. The curse had reached its culmination. The sacrifice was complete. And yet, even in his final moments, a flicker of something remained. A fragment of hope, a defiant spark of defiance against the encroaching darkness. A desperate prayer that perhaps, somewhere, somehow, the cycle could be broken. A whisper of a possibility that the legacy of Blackwood Manor might one day find an end. A faint, almost imperceptible echo, lost in the vast abyss of the entity's triumphant silence. The shadows danced with satisfaction, the whispers of the ancient evil lulled the manor into a sinister quietude. The cycle, for now, was complete. But the manor waited, patient and insidious, for the next unwitting heir, the next sacrifice, the next unsuspecting soul to stumble into its suffocating embrace. The darkness had won. For now. The whispers promised more. The cycle would continue. The chilling silence that followed his near oblivion was far more terrifying than the cacophony that had preceded it. The whispers ceased, the groaning of the manor stilled, leaving behind an unnerving stillness, a vacuum of sound that pressed against his eardrums like a physical weight. He lay sprawled on the cold, damp stone floor, his body a ravaged landscape of pain and disfigurement. His bones felt rearranged, his flesh oddly brittle, the very essence of his being altered by the entity's touch. He was a broken thing, a husk of a man, yet somehow he lived. A spark of defiance, a stubborn refusal to succumb entirely, flickered within him. It wasn't the rational part of his mind, not the part that had been systematically shattered by the entity's insidious influence. This was something deeper, something primal, a will to survive that transcended reason and logic. He was the last Blackwood. And even if the curse had claimed him, he wouldn't allow it a final, uncontested victory. He pushed himself up, his movements agonizingly slow, each breath a wrenching effort. His vision swam, the walls of the ancient chamber seemed to writhe and shift before his eyes, the shadows playing tricks on his already fractured perception. Yet, within the swirling chaos, a singular focus began to emerge, the vortex, the pulsating void he had glimpsed earlier, the very heart of the entity's power. It was a point of darkness at the nexus of the manor's foundation, a black hole drawing him, beckoning him closer, promising both oblivion and perhaps, paradoxically, a chance at salvation. He crawled towards it, his body dragging across the uneven stone floor, leaving a trail of blood and something else, something dark and viscous that seemed to writhe and pulsate with a life of its own. The closer he got, the more intense the pressure became, an invisible force that squeezed the air from his lungs, crushing his chest, threatening to crush his very soul. As he reached the edge of the void, he could feel the earth trembling beneath him, the foundations of the manor groaning in protest. He could smell the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul, a stench that spoke of eons of darkness and unfathomable horrors. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, buzzing with a power that dwarfed any he had ever imagined. He peered into the abyss, the swirling darkness threatening to pull him in, to swallow him whole. It wasn't simply darkness, it was a living entity, a chaotic storm of shadows and whispers, a formless void teeming with a primordial evil. He saw fleeting images. Within its depths, grotesque landscapes of impossible geometry, twisted faces, screaming in silent agony, and landscapes of unending night where time and space held no meaning. Then, within the heart of the vortex, he saw it, the eye. A single, malevolent eye, vast and ancient, burning with a cold, malevolent light. It was an eye that had witnessed eons of suffering, an eye that had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, an eye that held no pity, no mercy, only endless hunger and a terrifying indifference to the fate of humanity. He knew, instinctively, what he had to do. He couldn't simply succumb to the entity's power. He couldn't allow the curse to continue. He had to fight, not with weapons or magic, but with the last vestiges of his will, the last embers of his sanity. He reached out, his hand trembling uncontrollably, and touched the vortex. An electric shock jolted through his body, a searing pain that threatened to overwhelm him. But he held on, his grip tightening, his resolve hardening. He felt the entity's power trying to pull him in, to consume him, but he refused to yield. He began to chant, not a prayer, not an incantation, but a raw, guttural scream of defiance. It was a sound born of desperation, of rage, of a will to survive that transcended the boundaries of death itself. He poured every ounce of his remaining energy into that primal cry, a defiant roar against the encroaching darkness. The vortex reacted. The swirling darkness intensified, the whispers grew louder, the pressure increased, threatening to crush him into nothingness. But he held firm, his scream echoing through the ancient chamber, a testament to his indomitable spirit. He felt a strange connection forming, a link between his fragmented soul and the entity's boundless darkness. It was a connection forged in pain, in defiance, in the face of utter annihilation. He saw the eye blink, a single, imperceptible movement, yet it was enough to send a jolt of fear and hope through him. The eye was aware of him, it acknowledged his defiance, his refusal to surrender. Then, something extraordinary happened. The vortex began to shrink, the swirling darkness contracting, the whispers fading. The pressure lessened, the pain subsided. And the ancient, suffocating weight lifted. The eye retreated, receding into the depths of the void. The transformation was gradual, almost imperceptible. His flesh started to heal, the broken bones knitting back together. The grotesque deformities slowly receded, leaving him with the scars of his ordeal but retaining his humanity. He felt a calmness he hadn't known since before the curse descended on him. He didn't know if the entity was gone, if the curse was broken, but he knew he had done something. He had dared to defy the ancient darkness, and in that defiance he had found a strange form of triumph. The manor remained, a silent witness to the horrors it had borne witness to for centuries, but the suffocating presence was gone. The whispers, once a constant terror, faded into a dull hum. He stumbled to his feet, weak but alive. He was no longer Elias Blackwood, the cursed heir, the designated sacrifice. He was Elias Blackwood, survivor. The future remained uncertain, but for the first time in his life, he felt a spark of hope, a possibility that maybe, just maybe, he could escape the inescapable. He had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had blinked. He had faced the culmination of the Blackwood curse, and survived. The battle was won, but the war against the lingering shadows of his ancestral torment remained. The silence was profound, but the weight on his soul remained. He was forever changed, scarred by the darkness he had faced. But he lived. And that, in itself, was a victory. The manor stood, a silent monument to generations of suffering, but Elias Blackwood, weakened but resolute, walked away from its dark heart, carrying the memory of his victory and the burden of the potential for a future reckoning. The cycle may be broken, but the shadows still lingered. The eye retreated, receding into the depths of the void, leaving behind a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. The pressure that had been crushing him lifted, the pain subsided, leaving a hollowness in its wake, a vast emptiness that mirrored the chasm within his own soul. He felt the slow, agonizing process of repair begin, his ravaged flesh knitting itself back together, the shattered bones reforming, the grotesque distortions slowly receding like a nightmare fading at dawn. Yet the scars remained, a permanent testament to the entity's power, a roadmap of his descent into the abyss and his miraculous return. He stood, or rather, stumbled to his feet, his legs shaky and weak, his body still trembling with the aftershocks of his ordeal. He looked at his hands, at the newly healed flesh, at the faint, silvery tracings where the entity's touch had marred him. They were a reminder, a constant, chilling reminder of the darkness he had faced, of the power he had briefly wielded, and of the fragility of his own existence. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, the familiar smell of the Blackwood Manor, but the oppressive weight, the suffocating presence of the entity was gone. The whispers that had once haunted his every waking moment had faded, reduced to a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a background noise barely audible above the beating of his own heart. The manor, old and silent, stood as a witness to centuries of horrors, its stones saturated with the anguish of generations. He felt no overwhelming terror, no immediate sense of dread, just a profound weariness, a bone-deep exhaustion that settled upon him like a shroud. He was alive. He had survived. That simple fact, so stark and undeniable, was both a victory and a crushing weight. He had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had blinked, acknowledging his defiance, recognizing his will. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the knowledge of what he had done, what he had almost become. As the initial shock receded, a wave of regret washed over him, a tide of remorse that threatened to drown him in its depths. He thought of his obsession, his relentless pursuit of the Blackwood legacy, his insatiable hunger to unravel the secrets buried within the manor's ancient stones. It had been a relentless quest, fueled by a morbid fascination and an almost suicidal desire to confront the darkness that had plagued his family for generations. He had chased the shadows, and the shadows had almost consumed him. He remembered the faces of his ancestors, their haunted eyes reflecting the same torment, the same cursed legacy that had driven him to the brink of oblivion. He saw their suffering, their despair, their futile attempts to break the cycle, to escape the inexorable grip of the entity. And he understood now, with a clarity born of near death, the tragic cost of his obsession. His pursuit of knowledge, his relentless quest for answers, had almost cost him everything. He had sought to control the darkness, to master it, to conquer it, and in doing so, he had almost been swallowed by it. The acceptance of his fate wasn't a surrender, but a hard-won peace. He had faced the culmination of the Blackwood curse, and lived to tell the tale, a testament to the tenacity of the human spirit, but also a harrowing acknowledgement of its limitations. He had broken the cycle, or so it seemed, but the scars remained, both physical and psychological, a permanent reminder of the terrifying power he had confronted. He felt a profound sense of loneliness, a stark isolation born of his experiences. He was the last Blackwood, the sole survivor of a cursed lineage, and the weight of that legacy, once a source of morbid fascination, now pressed down on him with a crushing weight. He was changed, irrevocably altered by his encounter with the entity, his perception of reality forever skewed by the glimpse he had been granted into the realm of primordial evil. He had witnessed horrors beyond human comprehension, and that knowledge, that intimate understanding of the darkness that lurked at the edges of reality, would forever haunt him. The manor stood behind him, a silent, brooding sentinel, its ancient stones bearing witness to countless tragedies. It was a place of both pain and triumph, a monument to the darkness he had faced and the victory he had somehow managed to claim. He knew he would never truly escape the shadows of his past, the echoes of the curse would remain, interwoven into the very fabric of his being. But he would not be consumed by them. He would live, he would remember, and he would use the knowledge he had gained, the terrifying wisdom he had acquired at such a great cost, to ensure that the darkness he had faced would never again claim another victim. He walked away from the manor, not with triumph, but with a weary acceptance of his fate, a quiet understanding of the price of survival. The sun, pale and weak, struggled to penetrate the perpetual twilight that seemed to cling to the manor and its surrounding lands. As he walked, the landscape shifted. Around him, the familiar paths twisted and turned, the trees seemed to reach out, their branches gnarled and skeletal like the fingers of a vengeful spirit. Yet the overwhelming sense of dread had vanished, replaced by a numb acceptance, a resignation to the lingering shadows that would forever trail him. He carried with him the memory of the eye, the ancient, malevolent gaze that had stared into his soul and acknowledged his defiance, and the lingering whisper of the entity's power, a constant reminder of the power of the darkness he had faced. He carried his scars, both physical and emotional, as a badge of honor, a testament to his survival. He knew that the path ahead would not be easy, the shadows would linger, the echoes of the past would continue to haunt him, and the fear of a possible return of the entity would forever gnaw at the edges of his consciousness. But he would face the future with a newfound resolve, not with the naive arrogance of the man who had first entered the Blackwood Manor, but with the hard-earned wisdom of a man who had stared into the abyss and returned, bearing the scars of his ordeal, but unbroken in spirit. The regret was a constant companion, a shadow that would always walk beside him, a reminder of his obsession, his relentless pursuit of the unknown, his disregard for the potential consequences. He carried the weight of his family's history, their collective suffering, their futile struggle against the inescapable darkness. But within that regret, there was a kind of acceptance, a hard-won peace that came from confronting the darkness and emerging battered but alive. He knew he could never undo his actions, but he could learn from them, and he would strive to use his experience to help prevent others from suffering the same fate. He would live not as a victim of the curse, but as a survivor, a testament to the resilient spirit of humanity in the face of unimaginable horror. The silence of the empty Blackwood Manor followed him, a constant reminder of his past, a silent promise of the challenges still to come. He had survived, but the echoes of his encounter with the abyss would linger, a chilling symphony played out in the silent chambers of his heart. The weight of the Blackwood legacy pressed down on him, a crushing burden he had almost succumbed to. He had faced the entity, wrestled with its primordial power, and emerged scarred but alive. Yet survival felt hollow, a Pyrrhic victory tainted by the knowledge of the suffering he had caused, the generations he had unwittingly condemned to a similar fate. He had broken the cycle, or so it seemed, but the price had been steep, a toll exacted in blood and sanity. A desperate idea, born of remorse and a desperate hope, began to take root in the fertile ground of his despair. He could not undo the past, could not erase the horrors inflicted upon his ancestors, but perhaps, just perhaps, he could prevent the future from repeating the past. He could sacrifice himself, offer himself as a final, desperate appeasement to the entity, a way to sever the malignant link between the Blackwood line and the malevolent force that haunted the manor. The notion was suicidal, terrifying in its implications, yet it resonated with a desperate kind of logic. He had seen firsthand the entity's power, the horrifying potential for destruction it possessed. If he could somehow absorb its power, contain it within himself, he could break the cycle once and for all. The thought was a chilling gamble, a wager with death itself, but it was a gamble he was willing to make. The weight of generations rested on his shoulders, a responsibility he couldn't escape. He was the last Blackwood, and he would bear the ultimate burden if it meant saving others from a similar fate. He returned to Blackwood Manor, not with trepidation, not with the terror that had gripped him before, but with a grim determination that bordered on fanaticism. The manor stood before him, a silent, brooding testament to centuries of suffering, its stones soaked in the tears and blood of his ancestors. He walked toward it, not with the measured steps of a cautious explorer, but with the relentless stride of a man marching towards his own execution. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of decay and the whispers of unseen things. He could feel the manor's malevolent presence, the ancient evil that clung to its crumbling walls like a shroud. Yet he felt strangely at peace, a calm born not of serenity but of a grim acceptance. He had made his decision, and he would see it through. He entered the manor, traversing the familiar halls, each step echoing through the vast, empty spaces. The portraits of his ancestors stared down at him, their eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow, despair, and a chilling understanding of the fate that awaited him. He felt a pang of guilt, a deep wave of remorse for the generations who had suffered before him, their lives consumed by the manor's curse. His journey led him back to the chamber where he had faced the entity, the room where his life had hung precariously in the balance. The air here was different, heavier, more charged with an almost palpable energy. He could feel the entity's presence, a cold, malevolent force that coiled around him like a venomous snake. He braced himself, drawing upon a reservoir of strength he never knew he possessed, a resilience forged in the crucible of his ordeal. He prepared himself for the ritual, not a ritual of defiance or conquest, but a ritual of sacrifice. He had studied the ancient Blackwood texts, their cryptic warnings and veiled instructions. He knew what he had to do, even as the very thought chilled him to the bone. It wasn't a fight for survival, it was an act of atonement, a desperate plea to end the endless cycle of suffering. The ritual involved a series of incantations, each word a painful echo of his ancestors' agony, each syllable a step closer to oblivion. He chanted the words, his voice trembling at first, then growing stronger, infused with a newfound resolve. He called upon the ancient powers, not to vanquish them, but to merge with them, to become a conduit for their malevolent energy. The room pulsed with energy, the air thrumming with unseen forces. The shadows danced in the corners, coalescing into grotesque shapes, writhing and twisting like living things. He felt the entity's presence closing in, its power overwhelming, yet he stood firm, his resolve unyielding. He felt a searing pain, a sensation unlike anything he had experienced before, a ripping, tearing sensation that threatened to shatter his very being. His body convulsed, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. His vision blurred, the world around him dissolving into a swirling vortex of darkness and light. The entity's power surged into him, a wave of primordial energy that threatened to consume him. He could feel its essence, its ancient malevolence, flowing through his veins, twisting his very soul. The pain was unbearable, yet he endured, his will steeling itself against the overwhelming onslaught. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain ceased. The swirling vortex dissipated, leaving behind a chilling silence. He stood there, gasping for breath, his body trembling, his mind reeling from the intensity of the experience. He had absorbed the entity's power, contained it within himself, severing the connection between it and the Blackwood line. He felt a profound sense of emptiness, a hollow void where his former self had resided. He was no longer the same man, irrevocably changed by his ordeal. The power of the entity resided within him, a constant reminder of his sacrifice. But the manor was silent, the oppressive weight of its malevolence gone. He had succeeded. He had broken the curse. He stumbled out of the manor, the rising sun casting long shadows behind him. The landscape seemed different, lighter, cleansed of the oppressive darkness that had once clung to it like a shroud. He looked back at the Blackwood Manor, now just a crumbling ruin in the pale light of dawn, a monument to a legacy that was finally at an end. His own fate was uncertain, the entity's power still resided within him, a ticking time bomb that threatened his very existence. But he had done what he had set out to do. He had saved others from suffering the same fate as his ancestors. He had sacrificed himself to break the curse. He walked away, not with joy or triumph, but with a weary acceptance, a quiet understanding of the price he had paid. He had broken the cycle. But he would never be the same. The silence of the ruined Blackwood Manor followed him, a constant reminder of the darkness he had faced and the sacrifice he had made. His journey had come to an end, but the echoes of his ordeal would linger, forever, etched in the silent chambers of his heart. The price of salvation was a heavy one, but he bore it with a stoic resignation, knowing that the darkness he had faced would never again claim another victim. The silence, though heavy with the weight of his actions, now held a different resonance, a quiet peace forged in the crucible of his sacrifice. Chapter 5: The Price of Obsession. The silence that followed was not the comforting quiet of a peaceful dawn, it was a void, a chilling emptiness that pressed against him like a physical weight. He stood amidst the ruins of the ritual, the air thick with the lingering scent of ozone and something ancient, something indescribably alien. The chamber, once pulsating with malevolent energy, was now eerily still, the shadows receding into the corners like frightened things. He felt the absence of the entity as a profound loss, a gaping hole ripped into the fabric of his existence. It was gone, or rather, a part of it now resided within him, a malignant passenger in his soul. His body ached, a symphony of dull throbs and searing pains that spoke of a battle fought on a level beyond physical comprehension. He stumbled towards the nearest wall, his hand brushing against cold, damp stone. The rough texture grounded him, a stark contrast to the ethereal nature of his recent experience. He collapsed against the wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his vision swimming. He was alive, yet it felt like a cruel mockery of life, a grotesque parody of existence. He spent what felt like an eternity in that shadowed chamber, his body slowly mending, his mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of what he had done. The changes within him were subtle at first, a creeping coldness that settled in his bones, a sharpening of his senses, an unnerving awareness of the unseen. He could hear the Rustle of leaves, the subtle shift of stones, with an acute clarity that bordered on the supernatural. The world had become sharper, more defined, yet simultaneously more distant, more alien. When he finally dragged himself from the chamber, the manor was different. The oppressive weight that had clung to it for centuries had lifted, leaving behind a hollow emptiness. The once vibrant darkness had retreated, replaced by a strange, unsettling stillness. The walls seemed thinner, less substantial, as if the very foundations of the manor were crumbling beneath the absence of the entity's malevolent influence. The air, once thick with a palpable dread, was now thin, almost brittle, carrying the faint scent of dust and decaying wood. Outside, the landscape mirrored the change within the manor. The oppressive shroud that had hung over the Blackwood estate had lifted. The once gloomy woods now seemed lighter, the trees less gnarled, their branches reaching towards a sky that was, for the first time in centuries, a clear and brilliant blue. The colors were more vivid, the air cleaner, almost sparkling with an unnatural clarity. The very land seemed to have breathed a collective sigh of relief. He wandered through the altered landscape, a ghost in his own life. The world felt both familiar and utterly foreign. His reflection in a still pond showed a gaunt, hollowed-out man, his eyes bearing the weight of centuries of sorrow and sacrifice. He saw in his gaze the cold, calculating intelligence of the entity, a stark contrast to the once brooding melancholia that had defined him. The changes within him were more than physical. His mind felt sharpened, his thoughts clearer, yet disturbingly cold and detached. Emotions, once a defining aspect of his being, now felt distant, muted, like shadows in a half-forgotten dream. He experienced moments of disorientation, flashes of images and sensations that were not his own, glimpses into the entity's long and terrible history. These moments were punctuated by an unsettling calm, a strange, unnatural peace that was utterly devoid of joy. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. He remained a recluse, avoiding contact with the outside world, wrestling with the lingering effects of his ordeal. The entity's power was still within him, a simmering volcano beneath the surface of his being, capable of erupting at any moment. The fear was not of the entity itself, but of the potential for his own transformation, for the erosion of his humanity. He had broken the curse, but at what cost? He often found himself staring at his hands, noticing the subtle changes, the slight elongation of his fingers, the chilling absence of warmth. He felt his body becoming less human, his senses growing sharper and more attuned to the unseen world. The world around him felt different, imbued with a newfound clarity, yet also haunted by echoes of the entity's presence, whispers on the wind, shadows in the corners of his eyes. The memories of his ancestors were now more than just historical records, they were visceral experiences, sensations he had somehow inherited. He felt the pain of their lives, their fears, their despair. He carried their burdens, not just metaphorically, but physically. The weight of their suffering was now part of his own being, an inescapable part of his transformed self. He understood then, with a chilling clarity, the true price of his sacrifice. He had broken the curse, saved the future generations from the Blackwood lineage's tragic fate, but he had become a prisoner of his own victory. He was a living monument to the darkness he had fought, a vessel for the very evil he had sought to destroy. The silence that had once been a symbol of release had become a haunting reminder of his sacrifice, a constant companion in his solitary existence. The world saw him as a savior, a man who had broken a centuries-old curse. But he knew the truth. He was something else entirely, a creature born of darkness and sacrifice, forever bound to the legacy he had sought to extinguish. He had won a battle, but he had lost the war within himself. The echoes of the confrontation, the price of obsession, would haunt him until the end of his days, a chilling testament to the terrible burden he had chosen to bear. The silence around him was the silence of a life irrevocably changed, a life lived in the shadow of his own victory. The silence was his new companion, a constant reminder of the darkness he now inhabited. And, in the quiet stillness of his days, he waited, uncertain of what the future held, a testament to a past he could never escape. The world, once vibrant with the cruel beauty of decay, now held a stark, almost sterile clarity. Colors seemed heightened, unreal, like a painting rendered with an unnatural precision. The trees, once gnarled and twisted by centuries of malevolent influence, stood tall and straight, their leaves a vibrant, almost unnatural green. Even the shadows seemed thinner, less substantial, lacking the oppressive weight they once possessed. It was a beauty born of absence, a void where darkness had once reigned. But this emptiness was not peaceful. It was a haunting silence, a stark reminder of the battle fought, and one within the very core of his being. His sleep was plagued by visions, fragmented glimpses into the entity's past. He saw epics unfold before his eyes, cataclysmic events, wars fought in the shadows of forgotten ages, rituals performed under the malevolent gaze of a blood-red moon. He felt the chilling weight of centuries of malice, the cold, calculated cruelty of a being far older than humanity itself. These visions were not mere hallucinations, they felt like memories, inherited experiences etched into the very fabric of his being. He awoke each morning exhausted, his mind reeling from the onslaught of ancient horrors. His memories were fractured, his sense of self fragmented. Moments of lucidity were interspersed with unsettling lapses, where his thoughts would drift, lost in the labyrinthine corridors of the entity's consciousness. He would find himself speaking in a tongue he did not understand, his voice a guttural rasp that resonated with an ancient, otherworldly power. He struggled to reconcile the man he once was with the creature he had become, a terrifying blend of human frailty and otherworldly power. The solitude was not a comfort but a torment. He found himself avoiding mirrors, afraid of what he might see reflected in the glassy surface, not just the gaunt, hollowed-out shell of a man, but the chilling intelligence, the predatory gleam in his eyes that spoke of the entity's lingering influence. He tried to fill the echoing void in his life with books, with music, with anything that might distract him from the creeping dread that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness, but nothing worked. The silence was always there, a constant reminder of his changed reality, the price of his obsession. He felt a growing detachment from humanity, a profound loneliness that went beyond simple isolation. He was no longer one of them. He was an outsider, an anomaly, a bridge between worlds. His human emotions, love, empathy, compassion, felt distant, like fading echoes in a cavernous space. He longed for the bittersweet pangs of sorrow, the comfort of grief, even the fiery intensity of anger, anything to fill the desolate landscape of his soul. But these feelings were as elusive as the phantom limb he sometimes felt, the phantom humanity he had lost in the pursuit of his singular goal. His senses, once dulled by the weight of despair, were now hyperacute. He heard the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the subtle shifting of earth, sounds most people wouldn't even notice. He could sense the subtle fluctuations in the atmosphere, the ethereal currents that flowed through the landscape, invisible to the untrained eye. He could smell the faint scent of ozone lingering in the air, a reminder of the ritual, a ghostly perfume of otherworldly energy. His perception of the world transcended the ordinary, leaving him in a state of constant overstimulation. The world was a cacophony of sensory input, a relentless barrage of data that his mind struggled to process. The nights were the worst. The silence of the manor was broken only by the creak of ancient wood and the whisper of the wind, Sounds that once brought him a sense of dread now resonated with a deep, unsettling loneliness. He was surrounded by echoes of the past, by the weight of centuries of suffering. He could almost hear the whispers of his ancestors, their voices weaving through his thoughts, their burdens superimposed on his own. He carried their pain, their fear, their despair. It was a burden heavier than anything he could have ever imagined. Sometimes, during these dark hours, he would feel a flicker of the entity's consciousness within him, a surge of power that would send shivers down his spine. It was a chilling reminder of his precarious state, a terrifying confirmation of the symbiosis that had formed between him and the ancient darkness he had sought to destroy. He was not merely a host, he was a vessel, a conduit for the entity's ancient power. He tried to find solace in his victory, in the knowledge that he had saved the future generations from the tragic fate of the Blackwood lineage. But this victory felt hollow. A Pyrrhic triumph overshadowed by the profound loss of his humanity. He was a prisoner of his own success, trapped in a self-imposed exile, haunted by the echoes of his obsessive pursuit. He attempted to document his experiences, hoping to understand the changes that had taken place within him, to analyze the extent of his transformation. His writing became increasingly fragmented, a chaotic stream of consciousness, interspersed with passages of chilling clarity. His journals were a testament to the disintegration of his mind, a reflection of his fractured self. He often found himself staring out at the clear, unnaturally brilliant sky, a sky he had once viewed with hopeless despair, now a source of unnerving emptiness. The beauty was hollow, devoid of emotion, like a painting devoid of the artist's soul. The once oppressive darkness was gone, replaced by an unsettling serenity, a silence that spoke of an immense, terrifying emptiness. The price of his obsession was a life lived in the shadow of his victory, a constant reminder of the darkness he now carried within him. He had broken the curse, but he had also broken himself. He was a walking paradox, a testament to the chilling reality that even victory can come at a devastating cost. The silence, once a symbol of liberation, now echoed with the profound solitude of a soul forever changed, forever marked by the darkness he had conquered. The world may have been saved, but his own salvation remained elusive, lost in the ruins of his shattered mind. The silence was a constant companion now, a testament to the broken man he had become, a chilling counterpoint to the victory that had left him irrevocably altered. The rusty hinges of the great oak door groaned in protest as he pushed it open, a sound that echoed the agonizing creak of his own weary bones. Blackwood Manor, once a prison of oppressive darkness, now stood bathed in an unsettling, almost sterile light. The air, once thick with the stench of decay and ancient evil, was crisp and clean, yet strangely devoid of life. He stepped across the threshold, not into freedom, but into a different kind of confinement. The grounds, once a labyrinth of gnarled trees and shadowed pathways, were strangely manicured. The overgrown vegetation had been tamed, the tangled branches pruned, revealing a landscape of unnatural order. It was a beauty born of absence, a stark reminder of the power he had wielded, the darkness he had banished. But this newfound clarity was a deceptive facade, concealing the deeper, more insidious entrapment that clung to him like a second skin. He walked, his steps measured, deliberate, as if afraid to break the unsettling silence that had settled over the manor. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of wind, was amplified in the stillness, each sound a sharp prick to his already frayed nerves. His heightened senses, once a source of dread, now felt like a cruel curse, a constant bombardment of sensory information that his weary mind struggled to process. He had intended to leave, to escape the suffocating weight of his victory, the chilling solitude that had become his constant companion. He had envisioned a new life, a fresh start, a chance to shed the monstrous weight of the entity he had absorbed, to reclaim the man he once was. But the reality proved far more complex, far more insidious. The road leading away from Blackwood Manor was long and winding, stretching out before him like an endless ribbon of uncertainty. Each step forward felt like an act of defiance, a desperate attempt to outrun the shadows that clung to his heels, the echoes of the past that resonated within his very being. He tried to focus on the distant horizon, on the promise of a new beginning, but his gaze kept returning to the imposing silhouette of the manor, a grim reminder of his inescapable past. The car, a relic from a past life, seemed to mirror his own state of disrepair. The leather seats were cracked and worn, the engine coughed and sputtered, mirroring the unsteady rhythm of his own heart. He started the engine, a raspy groan that resonated with the inner turmoil that gnawed at his soul. The car moved slowly at first, reluctantly, as if reluctant to abandon the grounds of Blackwood Manor. It was as if the very vehicle, too, was entwined in the web of his obsession. As he drove, the landscape changed, subtly at first, then with increasing intensity. The vibrant green of the manicured grounds gave way to the somber hues of the surrounding countryside. The sun seemed dimmer, the sky a heavy gray, reflecting the pervasive melancholy that had settled over him. The world, once a source of vibrant sensory input, now seemed muted, as if drained of color and life, mirroring the emptiness within him. He stopped at a small roadside diner, a beacon of ordinary life in the desolate landscape. He ordered coffee, black and bitter, like the taste of his own despair. He watched the people around him, their laughter and conversations a jarring contrast to the profound silence within him. They seemed so normal, so untouched by the darkness that consumed his every thought. He felt like an alien amongst them, a creature from another world, forever separated from the simple joys of human connection. The attempt to escape proved fruitless. Wherever he went, the shadow of Blackwood Manor, the weight of his experience, followed him like a malevolent specter. He was not merely escaping a place, he was attempting to outrun a part of himself, a deep-seated psychological trauma that was woven into the fabric of his being. The silence, once a welcome respite from the entity's power, now felt like a deafening roar, a constant reminder of his profound isolation. He tried to distract himself with books, immersing himself in the written word, hoping to find solace in stories of others' struggles. But even in the fictional worlds he encountered, he saw reflections of his own torment, his own internal conflict. He saw characters battling inner demons, wrestling with obsession, and facing the devastating consequences of their choices. The stories echoed his own experiences, amplifying his sense of isolation and despair. Music, once a source of comfort and inspiration, now felt hollow and discordant. The melodies he once loved now sounded jarring, out of tune, mirroring the disharmony within his soul. He tried to find rhythm and structure in the notes, but the music seemed only to amplify his own inner chaos. Sleep offered no escape either. His dreams were haunted by fragmented visions of the rituals, the entity's ancient power, and the chilling echoes of his ancestors. He woke up each morning drained, his mind a battlefield of conflicting emotions. The boundary between waking life and dreams blurred, creating a constant state of unease and disorientation. He tried therapy, hoping to confront his psychological trauma, to unpack the baggage of his obsession. But even the trained professionals struggled to comprehend the full extent of his experience. The very nature of what he had endured, the fusion of human and otherworldly forces, was beyond their comprehension. They could offer empathy, but they couldn't offer solace, they couldn't fully grasp the reality of his existence. The world outside Blackwood Manor seemed vibrant and chaotic, a jarring contrast to the unsettling stillness of his internal landscape. He struggled to adapt, to find his place in a world that seemed simultaneously too loud and too silent, too vibrant and too empty. The silence, once a symbol of his triumph, now felt like a prison cell. The escape he craved was not a geographical one, it was a psychological one, a journey into the labyrinthine corridors of his own shattered mind. He was trapped not by physical constraints, but by the psychological scars etched into his being by his obsessive pursuit of the darkness he had finally overcome. The price of his victory was a prison he could not escape. The silence within him was a heavy cloak woven from the threads of his obsession, and the chilling aftermath of his victory. He had banished the entity, yes, but in doing so, he had irrevocably altered the very fabric of Blackwood Manor, and perhaps his own soul. The meticulously manicured grounds, the unnerving stillness within the house, these were not merely the results of his actions, they were symptoms of a deeper, more insidious change. He had purged the darkness, but in its absence, something far more unsettling had taken root. He found himself drawn back to the manor, not by a malevolent force, but by a morbid curiosity, a need to understand the extent of the transformation he had wrought. Each return was like peeling back another layer of a disturbing psychological puzzle, revealing unsettling connections between his past, the manor's history, and the unsettling legacy he now bore. The pristine order felt oppressive, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy of the entity's presence. It was a peace born of annihilation, a silence that screamed of loss and profound, unsettling change. He spent hours wandering through the echoing halls, the polished floors reflecting his distorted image, a gaunt figure haunted by the weight of his actions. The once damp, decaying walls were now dry and clean, the air devoid of the musty smell of age and decay. Yet, a chilling emptiness remained, a void that mirrored the hollowness he felt inside. The paintings, portraits of his ancestors, seemed to watch him with cold, knowing eyes, their expressions subtly shifting, reflecting a chilling awareness of his victory and its unforeseen consequences. He discovered a hidden room, concealed behind a panel in the library, a chamber that had remained untouched by his cleansing. Inside, he found ancient texts bound in leather that felt strangely warm to the touch, detailing rituals and practices far older than the manor itself. The script, a language he didn't recognize yet somehow understood on an instinctual level, spoke of a power that transcended the boundaries of time and space, a force that connected generations, binding them together through a shared obsession with the occult. The discovery sent a fresh wave of icy dread through him. The entity he'd banished was just a fragment, a manifestation of something much larger, something that resonated through the very stones of Blackwood Manor. The legacy of Blackwood Manor was not merely a physical one, it was a psychological inheritance, a burden he now carried within his own being. He felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him, the accumulated sins and obsessions of his ancestors woven into the very fabric of his existence. He was not just a descendant. He was a vessel, a conduit for the collective energy of generations past, an energy now tainted by his own actions. He started researching his family history, delving into dusty archives and forgotten records. He discovered a pattern, a recurring motif of obsession that haunted his lineage. Each generation had their fixation, their dark pursuit, alchemy, forbidden magic, a relentless pursuit of power, all culminating in his own confrontation with the entity. He was the culmination of a long, twisted line, a final, desperate attempt to control forces beyond human comprehension. His victory, therefore, was not just his own. It was the culmination of centuries of familial obsession, a legacy of dark pursuits and terrifying consequences. The more he learned, the more he realized the futility of his quest. He couldn't simply erase the legacy of Blackwood Manor, for it was inextricably intertwined with his own identity. He was the product of that legacy, shaped by the obsessive desires of his forefathers, their failures, and their triumphs. His attempt to break the cycle had only resulted in a different kind of entrapment, a psychological prison he could not escape. He tried to share his experiences, to find someone who could understand, but his story was too bizarre, too unbelievable. The doctors diagnosed him with PTSD, with paranoia, with a host of psychological ailments, but none could truly grasp the horrifying reality of his situation. His attempts to connect with others, to form meaningful relationships, failed. The chasm between his experience and the ordinary lives of others proved too wide to bridge. He became isolated, a recluse haunted by the echoes of Blackwood Manor, a man trapped in the shadow of his own victory. The weight of the manor's legacy manifested in subtle ways. He'd find himself unconsciously recreating aspects of the manor in his daily life, the precise arrangement of objects, a preference for dark, secluded spaces, a compulsion for order that bordered on obsessive-compulsive behavior. The seemingly sterile cleanliness he'd enforced at Blackwood Manor became a compulsion, an attempt to cleanse himself of the lingering darkness. He was perpetually cleaning, tidying, trying to eradicate not just the physical remnants of the entity, but the psychological scars etched into his being. Sleep offered no refuge. His dreams were a chaotic tapestry of images, the shadowed hallways of the manor, the flickering candlelight, the chilling whispers of his ancestors, the terrifying visage of the entity. He woke up each morning exhausted, his mind a battleground of conflicting emotions. His sanity seemed to fray at the edges, his grasp on reality becoming increasingly tenuous. The line between dreams and reality blurred, creating a constant state of disorientation and fear. He realized that he had not conquered the darkness, he had merely redirected it, channeling it inward, transforming it into a psychological torment. The entity's power had been absorbed, but its essence, its influence, remained, subtly shaping his thoughts, his actions, his very being. He was a living testament to the enduring power of obsession, a cautionary tale of how the pursuit of the forbidden can irrevocably alter one's soul. Blackwood Manor, then, was not merely a haunted house, it was a metaphor for his own internal landscape, a reflection of his tormented mind. The silence within its walls mirrored the profound emptiness within him, a void that no amount of external order could ever fill. He had won a battle, but lost the war within himself. He had escaped Blackwood Manor physically, but it remained a haunting presence, a psychological prison he was destined to inhabit for the rest of his days. The price of his obsession was a life lived in the perpetual shadow of the manor's chilling legacy. His victory was a hollow triumph, a testament to the enduring power of darkness, not only in the external world, but within the very depths of the human psyche. The manor's legacy was his own, a grim reminder that some battles leave wounds that never truly heal. The chilling emptiness of Blackwood Manor followed him, a persistent shadow, clinging to the edges of his consciousness. Even in the bustling city, amidst the clamor of daily life, he could feel its presence, a subtle chill in the air, a phantom scent of damp earth and decay, a persistent echo of the manor's oppressive silence. He tried to immerse himself in work, burying himself under mountains of paperwork, hoping to drown out the insidious whispers that gnawed at the edges of his sanity. But the respite was temporary. The images returned with the relentless tide of nightmares, the shadowed hallways, the unsettling portraits, the terrifying visage of the entity, its eyes burning into his soul, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. He sought solace in solitude, retreating to a small, sparsely furnished apartment, meticulously maintaining a sterile order that mirrored the unnatural cleanliness he had imposed on Blackwood Manor. He cleaned incessantly, a compulsive ritual aimed at expunging not only the physical remnants of his ordeal, but the deeply ingrained psychological scars that festered within him. Each polished surface, each meticulously arranged object, was a desperate attempt to create a sanctuary from the encroaching darkness. Yet the darkness persisted, seeping into the cracks, the spaces between objects, insinuating itself into his very being. His attempts at human connection crumbled. The chasm between his reality and the mundane world of others proved insurmountable. He tried to explain, to share his experiences, but his words were met with disbelief, pity, and ultimately dismissal. He became a recluse, shunned by society, his existence a testament to the isolating power of trauma, a lonely island in a sea of normalcy. The doctors, with their tranquilizers and diagnoses of PTSD and paranoia, offered little comfort, their limited understanding failing to grasp the horrifying reality of his experience. He felt alone, adrift in a world that could not comprehend the depths of his despair. His obsession with Blackwood Manor, however, didn't wane, it morphed. It was no longer a frantic need to purge the entity, but a morbid fascination with the lingering consequences, a relentless pursuit of understanding the chilling transformation he had inadvertently wrought. He found himself poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic symbols, seeking answers in the forgotten lore of his ancestors. The hidden chamber in the library, a relic of a forgotten era, had become a haunting symbol of his own internal struggle. Its secrets, once terrifying, now held a strange allure, a morbid curiosity that bordered on self-destruction. The lines between his reality and his dreams blurred, creating a nightmarish landscape where the mundane and the terrifying coexisted. He'd find himself awake in his apartment, yet surrounded by the oppressive atmosphere of the manor, the chill of its stone walls seeping into his bones. Or he'd be asleep, convinced he was within the manor's confines, only to awaken in the sterile confines of his apartment. The transition jarring and unsettling. This constant state of disorientation contributed to the erosion of his sanity. He questioned everything, his memories, his perceptions, his very identity. Was he truly himself, or was he merely a vessel for the collective obsessions of generations past? He began to see patterns, recurring motifs in his research that mirrored his own experience. His ancestors, it seemed, had all been driven by a similar darkness, each generation falling prey to a specific, terrifying obsession: alchemy, necromancy, the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Their failures, their triumphs, their dark secrets all intertwined, forming a terrifying lineage that culminated in his own confrontation with the entity. He was the culmination, the final act in a long and horrific play, a vessel for centuries of accumulated obsession, both their failure and their distorted success. His actions, he realized, weren't simply the result of his obsession, but a reaction to the legacy, an unconscious attempt to break a cycle of madness. This recognition didn't bring peace, however, it added to his torment. The weight of this inherited madness, this familial curse, pressed down on him, a crushing burden he could not escape. His victory over the entity, therefore, was not his own but the result of accumulated efforts and sacrifices from his lineage, and his defeat was just as much a product of their actions. The silence within him deepened, echoing the unnerving stillness of Blackwood Manor. It was a silence pregnant with untold horrors, a silence that whispered of madness and despair. He was trapped, not within the walls of the manor, but within the confines of his own mind, a prisoner of his family's dark legacy and the lingering consequences of his own desperate actions. His days were spent in a blur of ritualistic cleaning, compulsive research, and the recurring nightmare of his fractured memories. His nights were a terrifying descent into a world of shadows and whispers, where the boundaries between reality and delusion dissolved. He was a man on the edge, teetering between sanity and madness. His soul scarred by the chilling legacy of Blackwood Manor. The manor's influence extended beyond the physical realm. It infiltrated his dreams, his waking thoughts, shaping his perceptions and actions, creating a perverse mirror of his internal landscape. Even the small details mirrored the manor's traits: his choice of dark colors in his apartment, the way he organized his belongings, the precision with which he cleaned. These were echoes of the manor's oppressive order, a subconscious attempt to recreate a space he couldn't escape. One night, consumed by a particularly vivid nightmare, he dreamt of the manor standing before him as a terrifying physical manifestation of his own mind. Its darkened windows seemed to reflect his own haunted gaze back at him, its looming silhouette twisting and contorting like a grotesque reflection of his inner turmoil. He awoke with a start, his heart pounding, his breath ragged. The nightmare lingered, the oppressive atmosphere of the manor seeping into the very fibers of his being. He understood then the true extent of his defeat. He had not vanquished the darkness, but rather had become its unwilling host. Blackwood Manor was no longer a physical place but an intrinsic part of him, an incurable part of his soul. The finality of this realization settled upon him, a crushing weight that defied all hope of redemption. Blackwood Manor's legacy was not merely a terrifying tale of the supernatural. It was a tragic testament to the self-destructive power of obsession, the lingering darkness that haunts generations, the insidious way in which the past shapes the present, and ultimately, the devastating price of a victory that was, in reality, a profound and irreversible defeat. He was not only the culmination of a lineage of obsession but its prisoner, trapped within the walls of his own making, his existence a living embodiment of the manor's enduring, chilling legacy. The darkness, it seemed, had won, not by force, but by insidious infiltration, by slowly, inexorably consuming him from within. The silence, once merely a symptom, now had become his constant companion, a stark reminder of the profound and terrifying emptiness that lay at the heart of his being. Chapter 6: Echoes of the Past. The weight of his experience settled upon him like a shroud, suffocating him with its chilling presence. He had escaped Blackwood Manor, but the manor had not escaped him. It lived within him, a malignant tumor growing in the dark recesses of his mind, twisting his perceptions, warping his reality. His victory, if it could even be called that, had been a Pyrrhic one, leaving him scarred and broken, a testament to the insidious nature of obsession and the enduring power of the past. His solitude deepened, becoming a self-imposed exile from a world that could not understand his ordeal. He became a ghost in his own life, drifting through the motions of daily existence, a shell of the man he once was. The vibrant colors of life seemed to have leached away, replaced by a monotone palette of grays and blacks that mirrored the oppressive atmosphere of the manor. His apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, its sterile order a pathetic attempt to contain the chaos that raged within him. The echoes of Blackwood Manor extended beyond his immediate experience, reaching into the lives of others indirectly touched by his actions. His sister, Eleanor, once vibrant and full of life, now carried a permanent shadow in her eyes, a quiet grief that hung over her like a persistent fog. The memory of their shared childhood, once a source of comfort, was now tainted by the horrific events at Blackwood Manor, the happy memories overshadowed by the trauma they had both endured. Her laughter was less frequent, her smiles more strained, her vibrant spirit dimmed by the darkness that had seeped into their family's legacy. The town of Oakhaven, once a picturesque village nestled amidst rolling hills, bore its own scars. The events at Blackwood Manor cast a long shadow over the community, leaving a lingering sense of unease and suspicion. Whispers of the entity of the protagonist's ordeal snaked through the cobbled streets, weaving their way into the fabric of local folklore. Children were warned to stay away from Blackwood Manor, its ruins becoming a source of both fascination and fear, a macabre monument to the darkness that had once gripped their community. The sense of tranquility that had once defined Oakhaven was replaced with a subtle unease, a feeling of vulnerability that lingered in the air like a chilling breeze. Even those who had only heard fragmented accounts of the events at Blackwood Manor felt the reverberations. The sense of dread that enveloped Oakhaven extended beyond its physical boundaries, creating a palpable atmosphere of unease. The stories of Blackwood Manor became cautionary tales, whispered in hushed tones, a reminder of the fragility of sanity and the unpredictable nature of the forces that dwell beyond the veil of ordinary reality. The tales served as a chilling reminder of the hidden horrors that lurk beneath the surface of everyday life, a darkness that can consume even the strongest of wills. The impact extended beyond the immediate community. The news, though filtered and sanitized, reached national newspapers, transforming Blackwood Manor into a sensationalized legend. Academics and paranormal investigators flocked to the site, their interest piqued by the unsettling accounts of supernatural occurrences. The once quiet village became a hub of speculation, its history marred by sensationalism and morbid fascination. The whispers followed the protagonist, even in his self-imposed exile. His own actions, he realized with a chilling clarity, were not merely the result of his own obsessions but a consequence of a legacy spanning generations. His ancestors, he discovered through his relentless research, had each wrestled with their own dark obsessions, each seeking forbidden knowledge, each grappling with a terrifying legacy they could not escape. He was but the latest chapter in a long and horrifying saga, a link in a chain of madness that stretched back centuries. He was not merely haunted by Blackwood Manor, he was haunted by the collective sins of his ancestors, a prisoner of his family's dark heritage. The chilling truth gnawed at him: he had not defeated the darkness, he had become its embodiment. The entity, the terrifying manifestation of his family's dark past, had not been vanquished, but absorbed, integrated into the very fabric of his being. He was no longer simply a man struggling with trauma, but a vessel for centuries of accumulated darkness, a conduit for a legacy he could not outrun. His very existence was a living testament to the power of obsession, a stark reminder of the destructive nature of inherited trauma. His nights were filled with vivid, terrifying dreams, where the lines between reality and illusion blurred. He found himself reliving the horrors of Blackwood Manor, trapped within its claustrophobic walls, pursued by the entity, its malevolent gaze fixed upon him. He was caught in a cyclical nightmare, unable to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the manor, the chilling presence of the entity a constant companion in his sleep. He woke each morning exhausted, his mind reeling, his spirit crushed under the weight of his burden. The days were little better. The ritualistic cleaning of his apartment, once a source of solace, now felt futile, a Sisyphean task against the encroaching darkness. His research, once a means of understanding, had become an obsessive pursuit, a descent into the abyss of his family's dark history. Each discovery served only to reinforce the terrifying truth of his situation, each piece of the puzzle deepening his sense of despair. His health began to deteriorate, both physically and mentally. His once sharp mind became clouded, his memory fractured, his body weakened by exhaustion and stress. The doctor's attempts at treatment were ineffective, their pills and therapies unable to penetrate the deep-seated trauma that consumed him. He was beyond their help, lost in a labyrinth of his own making, a prisoner of his family's dark legacy and the chilling consequences of his own actions. The silence that had once been a symptom of his despair now became a constant companion, a stark reminder of the profound emptiness at the heart of his being. It was a silence that echoed the oppressive stillness of Blackwood Manor, a silence pregnant with untold horrors, a silence that whispered of madness and despair. He was trapped not within the physical walls of the manor, but within the inescapable confines of his own mind, a prisoner of his own creation. The darkness, once a tangible threat, had become an intrinsic part of him, an incurable infection of his soul. He was left with only the chilling realization that the victory he thought he had achieved was nothing more than an illusion. He had not escaped the darkness, he had become its host. Blackwood Manor, once a physical location, now existed as a chilling extension of his own tormented consciousness, a testament to the insidious power of obsession and the devastating consequences of a legacy he could never truly escape. The manor's shadow stretched beyond his lifetime, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can consume generations, a chilling testament to the enduring power of the past. The silence within him deepened, a final, chilling echo of Blackwood Manor's enduring legacy. The chipped porcelain doll, a relic from his childhood, sat on his dusty mantelpiece, its painted eyes staring blankly ahead. It was a stark reminder of a happier time, a time before Blackwood Manor had consumed him, a time before the darkness had seeped into the very fabric of his being. He picked it up, its weight surprisingly heavy. In his trembling hand, the cold porcelain a stark contrast to the feverish heat that pulsed beneath his skin. He traced the cracks in its painted face, each fissure a mirror to the fractures in his own sanity. The silence in his apartment pressed in on him, a suffocating blanket woven from despair and regret. He tried to fill the void, the cavernous emptiness that Blackwood Manor had carved within him, with work, with research, with obsessive cleaning rituals. But the silence persisted, a relentless echo of the manor's oppressive stillness, a constant reminder of the darkness that clung to him like a shroud. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a silence that screamed of madness, of a mind unraveling at the seams. He found himself drawn back to his research, not with the detached curiosity of an academic, but with the desperate need of a drowning man clinging to a straw. He delved deeper into the family history, sifting through dusty archives, tracing the lineage of his ancestors, each generation more steeped in obsession and darkness than the last. He found evidence of strange rituals, forbidden knowledge, whispers of entities similar to the one he had encountered at Blackwood Manor, a chilling pattern repeating itself through the centuries. His ancestors, he discovered, were not simply eccentric scholars or artists, but fervent devotees of arcane practices, driven by a hunger for power they could never satiate. They were obsessed with unlocking the secrets of the unseen world, their insatiable curiosity leading them down a path of madness and despair. Each had left behind a trail of cryptic writings, bizarre artifacts, and a legacy of psychological torment that had culminated in his own horrifying experience at Blackwood Manor. He uncovered a hidden journal, its leather cover worn and brittle with age, its pages filled with the spidery script of his great-great-grandfather, Elias Thorne. Elias's writings detailed his obsession with a particular entity, a being of immense power and malevolence, its form shifting and fluid, its influence subtly insidious. He described rituals designed to communicate with it, to harness its power, to unlock its secrets. The journal was a terrifying roadmap to madness, a descent into the darkest recesses of the human mind. The more he learned, the more he understood the extent of his inheritance, not just a family history, but a cursed lineage, a bloodline tainted by generations of obsession and contact with the entity. He was not just haunted by Blackwood Manor, he was haunted by the ghosts of his ancestors, their tormented souls whispering in his ear, urging him to continue their macabre quest, to embrace the darkness that had consumed them. Sleep offered no escape. His dreams were now a relentless replay of his experiences at Blackwood Manor, but with a terrifying twist. The entity, once a vaguely defined Horror now took on a more concrete, horrifying form. It was a kaleidoscope of shadows and whispers, a being that shifted and changed, adapting to his fears, feeding on his anxieties. In his dreams, he felt its chilling touch, its malevolent presence permeating his very being, a cold dread that seeped into his bones. He would wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, the chilling echoes of the entity lingering in his mind. His waking hours were a struggle against the encroaching darkness. His apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in on him, the silence heavy and oppressive. The slightest creak, the faintest whisper, sent shivers down his spine. He found himself jumping at shadows, convinced that the entity was lurking just beyond his vision, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He tried to seek help, to reach out to others, but the very act of explaining his experiences felt futile, the words inadequate to convey the horrifying reality of his situation. He feared that those who heard his story would not believe him, or worse, that they would see him as mad, a lost soul irrevocably damaged by the darkness he had encountered. The fear of judgment added another layer to his already crushing burden of despair. His physical health deteriorated. The dark circles under his eyes deepened, his skin became pale and gaunt, his body weakened by lack of sleep and the relentless stress. He lost weight, his once strong frame becoming frail and brittle. His appetite vanished, replaced by a nauseating dread that clung to him like a second skin. The doctors diagnosed him with severe anxiety and depression, but their medication was ineffective against the deep-seated psychological trauma that had consumed him. He was trapped in a vicious cycle, the darkness feeding on his fears fueling the darkness, the past relentlessly haunting his present, the future shrouded in a chilling, impenetrable mist. The echoes of Blackwood Manor reverberated through his existence, a constant reminder of his failure, his inability to escape the legacy that had claimed his family for generations. One night, as the moon cast long, distorted shadows across his apartment, he found himself drawn to the antique mirror he had salvaged from Blackwood Manor. Its surface, tarnished and cracked, reflected not his own face, but a distorted, monstrous visage, a fleeting glimpse of the entity that had become so inextricably linked to his existence. He saw in the mirror a reflection of the darkness within him, the centuries of accumulated torment and obsession, the chilling legacy that had finally claimed him. The reflection smiled, a chilling, malevolent grin that mirrored the darkness in his own heart. He was no longer fighting the entity, he had become it. The lines between his own identity and the horrifying presence had completely blurred. The manor, in its physical absence, had become a haunting extension of his own tormented psyche. A chilling landscape of the mind where his sanity continued to erode and crumble. The silence deepened, filled only with the malevolent whisper of the entity and the haunting echoes of a family's dark and cursed legacy. The past was not merely behind him, it was within him, an inescapable part of his being. The darkness was not something he had escaped, it had become a part of him, a final, chilling echo of Blackwood Manor, resounding in the oppressive silence of his own tormented soul. The antique mirror, salvaged from Blackwood Manor, lay on his desk, its tarnished surface reflecting a distorted image of his own haunted face. He traced the cracks in its glass, each a jagged line mirroring the fractures in his sanity. The reflection seemed to shift, to writhe, a momentary glimpse of something inhuman lurking beneath the surface, a fleeting impression of the entity's malevolent presence, now inextricably woven into the fabric of his being. He had become a vessel, a conduit for its chilling influence, a living testament to the horrifying power of inherited darkness. He tried to rationalize it, to explain away the visions, the whispers, the creeping sense of dread that clung to him like a shroud. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the trauma, the psychological scars left by his encounter at Blackwood Manor. Perhaps it was the stress, the exhaustion, the relentless pressure of his research, driving him to the brink of madness. But even as he sought these explanations, a deeper, chilling understanding took root. There was more to it, something beyond the scope of rational explanation. The journal of Elias Thorne, his great-great-grandfather, lay open beside the mirror. Its pages, filled with his ancestors' spidery script, detailed rituals that went beyond simple obsession. They spoke of a pact made with darkness, a bargain struck with an entity whose power transcended human understanding. Elias's words were punctuated with unsettling sketches, bizarre diagrams that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, even across the centuries. He had described the entity's power to warp reality, to manipulate the minds of men, to bend time and space to its will. And he had described the price. Elias's final entry was a frantic scrawl, filled with desperate pleas and fragmented sentences, hinting at a betrayal, a broken promise, a consequence far more horrifying than he could have imagined. The journal ended abruptly, mid-sentence, leaving the reader hanging, suspended in a vortex of unanswered questions. What had Elias discovered? What terrible bargain had he made? And what was the ultimate price for his dealings with the entity? These questions haunted the protagonist as relentlessly as the entity itself. His research, initially driven by a need to understand, to explain, to exorcise his demons, had now become a self-destructive obsession. He spent sleepless nights poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic symbols, searching for clues to the entity's origins, its true nature, its ultimate goals. The more he learned, the more he realized the terrifying scope of his family's involvement, the depth of their depravity, their insatiable hunger for forbidden knowledge. They had sought to control the entity, to harness its power, but they had underestimated its malevolence, its capacity for manipulation. They had become its puppets, their lives controlled, their destinies sealed. The unresolved mysteries were not merely historical footnotes. They were living, breathing entities, woven into the very fabric of his existence. The unanswered questions gnawed at his sanity, twisting his thoughts, warping his perceptions. He was no longer a researcher. He was a participant in a centuries-old drama, a pawn in a game he didn't understand, playing for stakes far higher than his own life. His apartment had become a sanctuary of shadows, where every creak, every whisper, held the potential for terror. He found himself retreating into himself, becoming increasingly isolated, his only companions the spectral echoes of his ancestors, their tormented voices whispering in his ear, urging him to continue their macabre quest. He was living in the shadow of their mistakes, inheriting their burdens, repeating their catastrophic errors. The entity's influence was subtle, insidious, weaving its way into his waking moments, as well as his tormented dreams. He began experiencing temporal distortions, moments of disorientation, where time seemed to stretch and warp, blurring the boundaries between past, present, and future. He would find himself inexplicably transported back to Blackwood Manor, reliving traumatic events, reliving the horrors he had witnessed, trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. There were other unsettling occurrences. Objects moved on their own, whispers echoed in empty rooms, shadows danced in the periphery of his vision. The line between reality and delusion blurred, making it impossible to discern what was truly happening. He was losing his grip on his own mind, his own identity. He tried to contact others, seeking help, seeking validation, seeking an explanation for the horrors he was experiencing. But his words were met with skepticism, with pity, with disbelief. He was branded a madman, his experiences dismissed as hallucinations, the product of a fevered imagination. This isolation only deepened his despair, further intensifying the entity's hold on him. He was trapped, alone, with no one to understand, no one to believe him. The unanswered questions remained. What was the true nature of the entity? What were its intentions? What was the significance of the cryptic symbols and rituals detailed in Elias Thorne's journal? What was the true cost of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension? The story ended not with resolution, but with a chilling uncertainty. The protagonist's fate remained ambiguous, the entity's motives obscured, the secrets of Blackwood Manor still locked away, waiting to be unlocked by someone else, perhaps someone else destined to share the same cursed lineage. The reader was left with a lingering sense of dread, a chilling echo of the unresolved mysteries reverberating in their minds long after they had turned the final page. The darkness remained, waiting. The past remained unresolved. The legacy continued. And the silence lingered, a testament to the horrors that lie beyond human understanding, a haunting reminder of the unanswered questions that fester in the heart of darkness. The echoes of Blackwood Manor, and the countless unanswered questions it spawned, continued to resonate, a chilling testament to the enduring power of the unknown. The very air seemed to hum with unspoken secrets, a chilling symphony of unsolved mysteries. The weight of inherited darkness pressed down on him, a crushing burden that defied all attempts at escape. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a labyrinthine nightmare where the boundaries between reality and hallucination dissolved. He dreamt of Blackwood Manor, its decaying grandeur a grotesque parody of beauty, its shadowed corners teeming with unseen horrors. He relived the terror of his discovery, the chilling revelation of his ancestors' pact, the entity's insidious presence, slithering through the very fabric of the house, seeping into his very being. Each dream ended in a silent scream, a desperate struggle against the suffocating grip of the unseen. Even during his waking hours, the line between sanity and madness blurred. He found himself whispering Elias Thorne's name, a prayer, a curse, a desperate attempt to connect with the tormented soul who had preceded him down this path of self-destruction. He saw fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures moving in the periphery of his vision, their forms shifting and indistinct, yet undeniably present. Objects would shift inexplicably, books falling from shelves, drawers opening and closing with an unseen hand. He could hear whispers, barely audible, yet chillingly distinct, weaving themselves into the fabric of the silence. These weren't ordinary sounds. They were the insidious whispers of the entity, weaving their way into his consciousness, subtly eroding his sense of self. The mirror remained on his desk, its surface reflecting not just his image, but the darkness that had become indelibly etched into his soul. He'd started to see his reflection change, morphing subtly into the image of Elias Thorne, his great-great-grandfather, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity, his mouth twisted in an expression of silent agony. The cracks in the mirror's surface seemed to deepen, spreading like spider webs across the glass, reflecting the fissures in his own fractured psyche. He felt a connection to the mirror, to the entity it seemed to channel, a horrifying kinship with the darkness it reflected. It wasn't merely an object, it was a conduit, a gateway to the malevolent force that had consumed his family for generations. His research deepened, driven by a desperate need to understand, to find a way to break free from the entity's grasp. He delved into esoteric texts, deciphering cryptic symbols that seemed to writhe and shift on the page, their meaning as elusive as the entity itself. He studied ancient rituals, their descriptions filled with a horrifying fascination, detailing steps to summon and control powers best left undisturbed. Each discovery brought him closer to the entity, while simultaneously revealing the terrible price his ancestors had paid for their hubris. He learned of a ritual, described in a faded, almost illegible passage of Elias's journal, involving a specific constellation alignment, a specific incantation, and a sacrifice. He shuddered at the implications. The sacrifice hinted at, never explicitly stated, but the weight of its unspoken nature was heavier than any tangible description. His apartment had become a prison, its walls closing in on him, the shadows stretching and contracting like living things. The sense of being watched, of being followed, never left him. Even the daylight seemed to hold a sinister quality, the sun's rays casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed across the walls and floor. He started barricading himself in, refusing visitors, his only companions the shadows and the whispers. The isolation was a self-imposed exile, yet it only served to amplify the entity's influence, allowing it to penetrate deeper into his mind, his soul. He tried to fight back, attempting rituals of protection, reciting ancient incantations, seeking to banish the entity from his life. But his efforts were futile. The entity's power seemed limitless, its ability to manipulate time and space terrifying in its scope. He experienced more temporal distortions, finding himself transported back to Blackwood Manor, trapped in moments of agonizing terror, reliving the horrors again and again, their chilling reality blurring with the phantoms of his increasingly disturbed dreams. The past wasn't merely a memory, it was a recurring nightmare, a torment from which there was no escape. The entity's influence was not solely physical, it was psychological, a relentless assault on his sanity, his identity. He questioned his own reality, his own memories, his own perceptions. He saw the faces of his ancestors in his reflection, Elias Thorne, his tormented gaze, and faces of others, each bearing the mark of the entity's influence, etched into their very being. The line between them blurred, and he started to feel that he was not only their descendant, but also their continuation, their collective expression of guilt and madness. He found himself speaking in their voices, echoing their lamentations, experiencing their pain. He was becoming them, inheriting not only their legacy but also their madness. His grip on reality was slipping, the world around him becoming increasingly distorted, perceptions warping, memories fading, and the line between present and past becoming indistinct. He was caught in a vortex of time and space, a terrifying journey through his family's dark history. The entity was rewriting his narrative, weaving his family's tragedy into the fabric of his present. He felt the pull, the weight of this inheritance, pressing down on him, threatening to consume him utterly. Days bled into nights, each indistinguishable from the last. His physical form deteriorated, mirroring the decay of his sanity, his face gaunt, his eyes hollow, reflecting the dark emptiness within. He was becoming a living testament to the destructive power of inherited darkness, a walking embodiment of the entity's influence. His existence became a desperate struggle for survival, a fight against the insidious encroachment of the darkness, a battle against the legacy he desperately wished to escape. One night, the climax arrived. He saw Elias Thorne standing before him, not in a dream, but in his dimly lit apartment. The spectral image of his ancestor, pale and gaunt, his eyes burning with an unearthly light, raised a hand, a gesture both threatening and mournful. Elias spoke, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the shadows that filled the room. He spoke not of warnings but of acceptance, an embrace of the darkness, a chilling invitation to join the shadowed ranks of his family. Elias spoke of a destiny he could not escape, a path laid out before him, a choice between acceptance or complete annihilation. The mirror shattered, its shards reflecting 1,000 distorted images of Elias and himself, a visual representation of the unbroken chain of darkness. The past merged with the present, the line between reality and hallucination finally dissolving. The ending was not a dramatic confrontation, but a silent acceptance, a bleak resignation to his fate. The darkness did not end, it consumed. The echoes of the past persisted, weaving their way into the very fabric of his being, solidifying his link to a legacy he was destined to inherit. The unanswered questions remained. What was the ultimate goal of the entity? What was the final price to be paid? The answers, if they ever existed, were lost in the labyrinthine corridors of Blackwood Manor, buried beneath layers of ancestral guilt, and shadowed by the unrelenting power of the darkness. The story ended not with a resolution, but with a chilling, silent acceptance of the inevitable, a surrender to the weight of centuries of inherited darkness, a testament to the enduring power of a legacy he could never escape. The darkness remained, waiting. The past remained unresolved. And the silence lingered, a chilling testament to the power of the unknown. The echoes continued, a haunting reminder of the horrors that lie beyond human understanding. The shattered mirror lay on the floor, a mosaic of fractured reflections mirroring the fragmented state of his own mind. He knelt beside it, the cold shards cutting into his skin, a physical manifestation of the wounds inflicted upon his soul. The image of Elias Thorne, his spectral ancestor, faded slowly from his vision, leaving behind an emptiness that resonated with the hollowness in his own heart. He felt a strange sense of calm, a chilling tranquility that settled over him like a shroud. The fight was over, the darkness had won. But surrender wasn't defeat, not entirely. It was a grim acceptance, a recognition of the inexorable force that had shaped his family's destiny, a destiny he was now inextricably bound to. The entity, whatever it was, had not simply possessed him, it had woven itself into the very fabric of his being, a malevolent thread running through generations. He was not merely a victim, he was an inheritor, a living testament to the power of inherited darkness, the culmination of a lineage steeped in guilt and obsession. His obsession had begun as an innocent curiosity, a yearning to understand the strange occurrences that plagued his family. But his quest for knowledge had spiraled into a descent into madness, a relentless pursuit of answers that led him only deeper into the abyss. He had sought to unravel the mysteries of Blackwood Manor, to expose the entity's malevolence and banish it from his life. Instead, he had become its vessel, its conduit, a living testament to its enduring power. The guilt weighed heavily on him, not just for his own actions, but for the actions of his ancestors. He bore the weight of their transgressions, their hubris, their pact with the unknown. He was the inheritor of their sins, their collective burden of guilt, a burden that had been passed down through generations, manifesting in his own descent into madness. He understood now the nature of the entity's power. It wasn't merely a supernatural force, it was a psychological plague, feeding on the guilt and despair of its victims, perpetuating a cycle of madness. The exploration of the unknown, his relentless pursuit of knowledge, had been a fool's errand, a dangerous path that led him to the very brink of annihilation. He had sought to comprehend the incomprehensible, to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows, to breach the boundaries of human understanding. His journey had been a harrowing exploration of the dark corners of the human psyche, a descent into the terrifying depths of obsession, a confrontation with the horrors that lie hidden within the human heart. But his journey had not been in vain. He had learned a terrible truth: some doors are best left unopened. Some mysteries are best left unsolved. Some forces are too powerful, too ancient, too malevolent to be confronted. The entity's power was not merely supernatural, it was the power of inherited trauma, the weight of generational guilt, the corrosive influence of secrets buried for centuries. He had sought to break the cycle, to sever the link to his tormented ancestors. But the cycle had only tightened its grip, pulling him into its abyss. The echoes of the past continued, faint whispers in the silence, a chilling reminder of his family's dark legacy. Blackwood Manor, the ancestral home, remained a symbol of his inherited torment, a physical manifestation of the entity's power. He could still see it in his mind's eye, its decaying grandeur a testament to the decay of his own sanity. The manor was not just a building, it was a living entity, a reflection of the darkness that had consumed his family for generations. He felt a profound connection to Elias Thorne, his great-great-grandfather, not only as a descendant, but as a fellow victim, a kindred spirit bound to the same malevolent force. He understood Elias's agony, his despair, his desperate attempts to escape the entity's influence. He had walked the same path, suffered the same torment, experienced the same despair. In a way, he had become Elias, a living embodiment of his ancestors' tormented soul. The finality of his situation wasn't a sudden, violent end, but a slow, insidious surrender. The darkness didn't simply overwhelm him, it absorbed him, becoming a part of him, intertwining with his very essence. It was a merging, a horrifying union with the entity, a bleak acceptance of his inherited fate. The silence that followed wasn't empty, it was filled with the whispers of the past, the echoes of his ancestors' suffering, the constant hum of the entity's power. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that the entity would continue its existence, unaffected by his demise. It would wait patiently for the next heir, the next victim, the next individual to inherit the cursed lineage. The cycle would continue, a horrifying repetition of suffering, a grim testament to the enduring power of the darkness. The story wasn't just about his personal downfall, it was a cautionary tale, a testament to the dangers of inherited trauma, the overwhelming weight of generational guilt, and the catastrophic consequences of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. In the end, the unanswered questions remained. The ultimate goal of the entity remained a mystery, a terrifying unknown. The price to be paid, the final sacrifice, remained unspoken, a chilling enigma. The answers, if they existed, were lost within the labyrinthine corridors of Blackwood Manor, buried beneath layers of ancestral guilt and shrouded in the unrelenting power of inherited darkness. This was not merely a tale of horror, it was a study in the devastating effects of obsession, a chilling exploration of the psychological ravages of inherited trauma and the destructive consequences of delving too deeply into the unknown. The silence persisted, a chilling testament to the power of the unknown, the enduring legacy of Blackwood Manor, the unrelenting grip of inherited darkness, and the echoes of a past that refused to remain buried. The echoes persisted, reverberating through time and space, a haunting reminder of the horrors that lie beyond human comprehension, a chilling whisper in the darkness, a testament to the unending power of the unknown. The darkness lingered, waiting. The past lingered, unresolved. And the story ended not with a resolution, but with a lingering sense of dread, a chilling echo of the horrors that lie beyond the veil of human understanding. The weight of centuries of inherited darkness pressed down, a crushing burden, a legacy he could never escape. The darkness remained, waiting. The past remained unresolved. The silence lingered, a chilling testament to the power of the unknown. The echoes continued, a haunting reminder of the horrors that lie beyond human understanding.